Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Honorable members, please be seated.
Oath of a new member.
Honorable members, I received a letter dated January 16, 2025 from Mr. Dharam Kumar Siraj, resigning his seat as a member of parliament with effect from that date. With Mr. Siraj's resignation, a seat in the National Assembly has become vacant. The vacancy is in accordance with Section 99A of the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 103, to be filled by a person whose name is to be extracted from the list of candidates from which Mr. Siraj's name was extracted. As Mr. Siraj's name was extracted from the People's Progressive Party civic list of candidates, I have, in accordance with Section 99A of the said Act, called upon the representative of the said list to further extract from that list the name of a person who is willing to become a member of the National Assembly to fill the vacancy in the Assembly. Honorable members, following the resignation of Mr. Siraj and my call upon the representative of the People's Progressive Party's civic list of candidates, I have been informed that the name of Mr. Suresh Singh was, on the 17th of January, 2025, declared to be a member of the National Assembly by the Ghana Elections Commission. Before Mr. Singh can take part in the proceedings of the Assembly, he will have to make and subscribe the oath before the Assembly, as required by Article 167 of our Constitution. As Mr. Singh is present, he can now make and subscribe the oath, which will be administered to him by the clerk. I now invite Mr. Suresh Singh to take the oath of office.
I, Suresh Singh, do hereby solemnly declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people of Guyana, that I will faithfully execute the office of member of the National Assembly without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that in the execution of the functions of that office, I will honor, uphold, and preserve the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, first, on your behalf and on my own behalf, I would like to extend our thanks to former member Dharm Kumar Siraj, who has been appointed our High Commissioner to India. Mr. Siraj and I, our paths first crossed in 1992 in Lethem. So I've had a long association with him, and I can attest to the yeoman service he has provided to this country as a farmer, as a representative of rice farmers, as a member of parliament, and now he continues that service at another very high and very important level. Honorable members, before we continue, I have again circulated to everyone words and phrases which have not been allowed in our parliament. And I can safely say I came in 1992, first elected to this house, and met these words. Most of them extracted from the 19th edition of Erskine May's book on parliamentary procedures. I was given the great honor by a member of this house of attributing all of these phrases not to be used as banned by the speaker that way. Thank you very much. And I'll say I will enforce every single one of it on all sides, because since I entered this parliament, it wasn't only two sides. I will enforce them. And I will say during the budget contributions of members, if I have to interrupt, I'm not stopping the clock. If you're going to argue with me, your time goes with arguing with me. And I would expect once I stand, the House and the Speaker is given the respect of everyone on their feet sitting and being silent. And I did that recently. So we have these words, and I want to thank the Honorable Anil Nandalal for his robust, vigorous, and accurate defense of the Speaker in enforcing those words. On another point, we do have requests from ministers, from members of parliament, from the public, from schools to attend sittings of the National Assembly. And the space in the gallery in this Diamond Dome of the Arthur Chung Convention Center where we meet, this space is limited. And I ask persons who would like to attend to contact the clerk, and we will try as best as possible to fit them in. For members, let us remind ourselves where the assembly starts. The assembly starts from the row with Deputy Speaker Asha Kissoon all the way down to the row with the Leader of the Opposition. It starts from the row with MP Best all the way to MPs, and we can go around. So we only have technically 2 rows on this side, 1 row on this side, 2 rows that side, and 3 rows on that side to accommodate people supposedly in the gallery. So let us contact. If you have someone you want to come, please let us know so we can accommodate you and advise you when space will be available. We even limit, because of space, the media access in the assembly. So today we have students and teachers from Camille's Academy joining us, and I also recognize members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Nicole, Rennie, I'm not too sure. Yes, right? Thank you for coming, and let us ensure that as we wind down to the final budget debate of this 12th Parliament, that we can show our people that we can uphold the highest standard of all the values which we want others to emulate. Thank you.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc.
Honorable members, I present to the Assembly the annual report of the Ethnic Relations Commission for the year 2023. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly audited financial statements of the Department of Public Information for the years ended 31st December 2014 to 2017. Audited financial statements of the Guyana Energy Agency for the years ended 31st December 2018 to 2022. Audited financial statements of the Hinterland Electrification Company, Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2015 to 2019. Audited financial statements of the Kokwani Utilities Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2014 and 2015. Audited financial statements of the Lethem Power Company Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2013 to 2016. Audited financial statements of the Linden Electricity Company Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2014 to 2020. Audited financial statements of the Madhya Power and Light Company Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2013 and 2014. Audited financial statements of the Port Kaituma Power and Light Company Incorporated for the years ended 31st December 2014 and 2015. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I also wanted to recognize the wife and the mother of the Honorable Suresh Singh for attending today. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to present to this honorable House the following papers, documents, and reports. 1, the budget speech for 2025. 2, the estimates of revenue and expenditure of Guyana for the financial year 2025. And 3, Government Notice number 1 of 2025 regarding notification of receipts of all petroleum revenues paid into the Natural Resource Fund during the period from 1st October 2024 to 31st December 2024. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister.
Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice. Questions on notice.
Honorable members, there are two questions on the order paper for today, and they are for written replies. Question number one is in the name of the honorable member, Mr. Richard Sinclair, and is for the Honorable Minister of Education. We are awaiting that answer. Question number two is in the name of the honorable member, Mr. Richard Sinclair, and is for the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service. The answer to this question has been received and has therefore, in accordance with our standing orders, been circulated. Ms. Clerk.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements. Personal explanations. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
To lay the following motion, be it resolved that the standing orders numbers 10, subclause 2, and 38, subclause 9A, be suspended to enable the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance and the public service to complete uninterrupted the reading of the budget speech for 2025 at the sitting of this National Assembly on Friday, the 17th January 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. I will now put the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business.
Honorable members, we will now hear from the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service, who will now move the approval of estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2025. Honorable Senior Minister, you may now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, sir, to move on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for the financial year 2025. In so doing, I wish to indicate that Cabinet has recommended that the National Assembly proceed upon this motion pursuant to Article 171, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 comes to this Honourable House just short of 8 months before this 12th Parliament of Guyana will be dissolved in anticipation of general and regional elections. These elections will be held before the year is over and will mark an important milepost in our country's journey to becoming a more mature democracy. These will be the first elections since our still young democracy came under the unthinkable threat it did 5 years ago. Indeed, generations to come might scarcely imagine that so brazen a heist as that attempted in 2020 could ever have been contemplated much less attempted, and in the glare of both broad daylight and today's technology. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, history records for posterity the role played by successive generations of the People's Progressive Party Civic in achieving, restoring, and safeguarding democracy in Guyana. We pride ourselves for always having been on the right side of history, always respecting the will of the Guyanese people, and always placing their well-being at the center of every policy we adopt, every program and project we implement, and every position we take, and consistently so, both while in opposition and in government. No matter on which side of the house we have sat over the decades, we, the PPPC, have always stood on the side of the Guyanese people. It should seem fairly obvious that those who respect the will of the people will be infinitely more concerned about serving the people than those who repeatedly defy and subvert the will of the people. The former understand that there is no other way to win hearts, minds, and votes, but simply to deliver the results that matter most to people. The latter do not believe that they need to win hearts, minds, or votes, preferring instead to rely entirely on what His Excellency the President so aptly described recently as electoral rascality. This contrast, Mr. Speaker, is the very kernel of the time-tested nexus between democracy and development. For 6 decades, Guyana has been a live canvas, illustrating this nexus in the vividest manner possible. Those who defend democracy deliver development. Those who desecrate democracy deliver decay and destruction. Mr. Speaker, it came as no surprise, therefore, that when we assumed office in August 2020, our country was teetering on the brink of pariah status. After 5 years of mismanagement and misrule by the APNU-AFC, Guyana found itself in the unrepentant throes of a resurgent governance and economic calamity of the pre-1992 vintage. It took condemnatory statements from over 100 countries worldwide and the imposition of personal sanctions to dislodge the perpetrators from their ill-intentioned perches and quell their attempt to snatch an entire country in full view of the world at large. Meanwhile, Guyana, sir, was also reeling from the effects of COVID-19, with the healthcare system woefully unprepared to cope with the public health threat. Testing capabilities were inadequate, made worse by the rather curious requirement of ministerial imprimatur before test results could be released, and treatment capabilities were non-existent. The country was in lockdown. Most economic sectors had ground to a halt. Thousands of employed persons were furloughed, while almost all self-employed persons and unsalaried workers were left without an income altogether. The consequence was an economy in paralysis, facing the very real risk of severe scarring and hysteresis for the long term. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, some of the governance highlights of the APNU-AFC's tenure from 2015 to 2020 include unilateral appointment in August 2017 of a chairman of the Guyana Elections Commission, defying the Constitution and discarding 18 nominees named by the leader of the opposition, refusing to respect the results of the no confidence motion passed in December 2018, again defying the Constitution, and refusing to resign and hold elections within 3 months, forcing through this House and unlawfully enacting a fatally flawed Natural Resource Fund Act in January 2019, after the no confidence motion, and with no involvement by the then opposition, and refusing to respect the results of the March 2020 elections for over 5 months, repeatedly attempting to impose a result different from the lawful democratic one. Mr. Speaker, correspondingly, some of the economic highlights of the same period include lackluster economic growth averaging 3.6% per annum from 2015 to 2019, especially considering that this was the period when the oil industry was ramping up to first oil. Widespread job loss in every single sector of the economy, in every single region of the country, including 7,000 in the sugar industry, over 600 in the bauxite industry, almost 2,000 in Amerindian communities, devastating lives and crippling entire communities. Stating boldly and bizarrely that government has no responsibility for creating jobs. Raising over 200 taxes and fees, strangling the private and household sectors, draining them of $40 billion annually. And, Mr. Speaker, callously taking away benefits from people at large, such as $1.7 billion of cash grants and $1 billion of year-end from members of services annually. Mr. Speaker, with the safeguarding of our democracy and our assumption of office in 2020, this PPPC government lost no time in embarking on the most ambitious people-centered transformative agenda ever implemented in our country's history. In the short space of 4 years, sir, we have contained COVID-19 in the shortest possible time by conducting over 700,000 tests, administering nearly 1 million vaccines, and successfully treating 73,000 infected persons. Reopened the economy and put it back on a growth path, with average growth of 39.3% overall and 10.3% in the non-oil economy from 2021 to 2024. Reversed and reduced over 200 punitive taxes and fees, therefore reducing the burden on the Guyanese people that had been imposed by the APNU-AFC. Removed excise taxes on gasoline and diesel, saving consumers $90 billion per annum. Created over 60,000 jobs all across all sectors of the economy. Granted almost 30,000 scholarships through the Guyana Online Academy of Learning and graduated over 8,000. graduated 4,000 trained teachers, and nearly 1,200 nurses, nursing assistants, and midwives. Trained 13,000 persons through the Board of Industrial Training, including over 2,000 heavy-duty equipment operators, 2,000 in commercial food preparation, 1,400 in cosmetology, and over 1,000 in garment construction. Distributed over 40,000 house lots and issued over 10,000 new titles and transports. And Mr. Speaker, we transformed the face of the country with public investment projects such as new highways, roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals, and private investment projects such as new ports, hotels, restaurants, offices, factories, warehouses, and showrooms, everywhere for all to see. Mr. Speaker, the contrast is as clear as day. And 2025 provides the Guyanese people with yet another opportunity to choose between, on the one hand, those who respect their will, serve them earnestly, and help improve their lives and livelihoods lastingly, and on the other hand, those who defy their will, take away benefits from them, impose hardship on them, and destroy their lives and livelihoods. This, Mr. Speaker, is the very simple choice that the Guyanese people face in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the choice in 2025 is also one between those who have vision and those who do not. Those who have credibility and those who do not. Those who have competence and capability and those who do not. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, those who deliver on their promises and those who do not. Here again, Mr. Speaker, this is a simple choice that the Guyanese people face in 2025. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 serves two important and related purposes. The first is to complete and in many cases exceed delivery of the undertakings we gave the people of Guyana in our 2020 manifesto. The second is to lay the foundation for the People's Progressive Party civic next term of office from 2025 to 2030. And indeed, sir, for the term, and indeed, sir, for the next term beyond 2030. Mr. Speaker, since August 2020, successive budgets have outlined the main pillars of the modern and prosperous Guyana that we're building for the long term. I wish to repeat and elaborate a few of these for emphasis before proceeding with Budget 2025. Mr. Speaker, when we started this term of office, our first priority was to keep Guyana and the Guyanese people safe. While this was originally said in the context of COVID-19, a responsible government's duty is to recognize that we live in a world that is beset by complex interlocking challenges. Whether the vulnerabilities originate from public health considerations, or geopolitical developments, or global economic shocks, or climate change and natural disasters, this PPPC government will remain vigilant in identifying potential vulnerabilities and risks, and will remain proactive in crafting a policy framework that mitigates any threat to the well-being of Guyana and the Guyanese people, whose safety and security are our paramount considerations. Second, Mr. Speaker, we have today our best ever opportunity to achieve real and lasting prosperity. As we harness our vast endowment of natural resources, our duty and our commitment to the Guyanese people is that the country's resources will be managed and mobilized in such a way as to ensure that national prosperity results, as we've said before, in community, household, and individual prosperity. Consequently, as previously explained in Budget 2024, our aim is to ensure that every single Guyanese family is able not only to meet all of their most basic needs, but also is able to accumulate household and personal wealth through their own efforts. It is precisely this reason that our abiding concern at all times is to create opportunities for personal upliftment. And these are being created at a pace never before seen. They include an unprecedented array of opportunities for education and training, opportunities for employment, and opportunities for entrepreneurial activity. Today's generation of Guyanese live in the age of almost unlimited opportunity, making it possible for every single Guyanese person to achieve real and lasting economic empowerment. Budget 2025 therefore continues to build and enhance the framework within which production and productivity are incentivized and within which effort is recognized and rewarded. Third, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on us to navigate this period of rapid transformation in such a manner as to ensure that an appropriate balance is struck between short-term imperatives and long-term considerations. The PPPC has never and will never provide political leadership that is hostage to short-term and politically expedient approaches to policy making. We owe an obligation to ourselves, our children, and their children that today's opportunities are converted into tomorrow's prosperity, and that it is done in a manner that will last and transcend generations. We must not and will not shy away from the tough decisions when they are needed in order to ensure that ours is not a passing or transitory prosperity, but instead is an enduring one. It is precisely for this reason that we have crafted the vision and built the framework needed to ensure a diversified and resilient economy and to ensure steady and meaningful improvement in the well-being of all of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, Budget 2025 is presented under the theme, A Secure, Prosperous, and Sustainable Guyana. I will now, sir, review the global and regional economic context. I've made reference already, Mr. Speaker, to the interlocking challenges of our time. And last year, I spoke of the age of the global polycrisis. Over the past 4 years, global economic conditions have not been helpful to countries like ours. These conditions were shaped primarily by COVID-19 and its aftermath, ongoing geopolitical conflicts such as the war in Ukraine and escalating tensions in the Middle East, and extreme weather events like El Nino that led to widespread droughts, including in our part of the world. These have all led to production and supply chain disruptions and inflationary pressures. These shocks have had lasting effects on global output and on inflation, with uneven impacts across countries. Since the recovery from COVID-19, the global economy has been growing, but this growth has slowed over time as challenges persist. In this context, Mr. Speaker, world output is estimated to have grown by 2.7% in 2024, in line with the growth observed in 2023. Growth in advanced economies in 2024 is also estimated to remain stable when compared with 2023 at 1.7%. Growth in the euro area is estimated to have increased marginally to 0.7%, while growth in the United States of America is estimated to have slowed slightly to 2.7% in 2024. In the emerging market and developing economies, growth is estimated at 4.1% for 2024, 0.1 of a percentage point below 2023, driven largely by deceleration in China and India. Growth in Latin America and the Caribbean is estimated to have declined marginally to 2.2% in 2024 from 2.3% in 2023. Within this, growth in the Caribbean region, including Guyana, is estimated at 7.7% in 2024, a substantial 2.7 percentage points above the expansion observed a year prior. But excluding Guyana, the Caribbean is estimated to have grown by 3.5% in 2024 compared to 2.3% in 2023. Looking ahead, global growth is expected to remain steady at 2.7% this year. Advanced economies are projected to grow by 1.7%. The euro area is estimated to grow by 1%, while the US is projected to grow by 2.3%, with fiscal policy anticipated to be tightened and consumption expected to slow. Growth in the emerging market and developing economies is projected to remain stable at 4.1%, with growth in China continuing to slow. Moreover, in 2025, growth in the Latin American Caribbean region is expected to accelerate to 2.5%. The Caribbean is projected to grow by 4.9%, but excluding Guyana, the region is projected to grow by 3.7% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the disruptions of the past 4 years have caused notable fluctuations in commodity prices, but the tightening of monetary policy is helping to contain inflation somewhat. Global headline inflation is estimated to have come down to 5.8% in 2024 from 6.7% in 2023. In 2025, global headline inflation is projected at 4.3%. The pace of this inflation is expected to be faster in advanced economies, where inflation is estimated to have dropped by 2 percentage points in 2024 from 2023, and is projected to stabilize around 2% by 2025. In comparison, inflation in emerging market and developing economies is estimated to have decreased more slowly, to 7.9% in 2024 from 8.1% in 2023, and is projected to slow further in 2025 to 5.9%. In the Caribbean, inflation is estimated to have decreased to 7.2% in 2024 from 8.9% in 2023, and while still somewhat elevated, is expected to dip further to 6.1% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the changes in average prices of Guyana's key exports were mixed in 2024. The price of sugar declined by 13%. The price of rice increased by 6.3%. The price of logs fell by 7.4%. Aluminum increased by 7.2%. Gold increased by 22.9% to $2,387.7 per ounce. Oil prices contracted by 2.3% to average $80.70 per barrel in 2024. This year, the trend in commodity prices is expected to remain mixed. Sugar is expected to rise marginally by 2.5 percentage points. Rice is expected to decline by 9.9%. The price of logs is expected to increase by 6.7%. Gold is expected to decline by 2.6% to average $2,325 per troy ounce. Aluminum prices are expected to grow to average $2,500 per metric ton, and crude oil prices are forecasted to decline by a further 10.9% to $71.9 per barrel, with global supply expected to exceed demand. In an attempt to combat inflation over the past few years, many governments have opted to increase interest rates, especially amongst the advanced economies. In 2022, for example, the US effective federal funds rate averaged 1.68%, before growing to an average of 5.03% a year later. With US inflation moving subsequently towards the target of 2%, the federal funds rate was cut on 3 occasions in the last half of 2024 by a total of 100 basis points to 4.33%. Looking ahead, the interest rate is projected to fall by 50 basis points in 2025 and a further 50 basis points in 2026. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to developments in the domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, against the backdrop of this very testing global environment, Guyana's economy continues to perform exceptionally well. Mr. Speaker, I now have the pleasure of reporting that in 2024, our economy has grown 3.6%. And the non-oil economy, Mr. Speaker, is estimated to have grown by a most commendable 13.1%. 13.1%. Mr. Speaker, the growth in the overall economy reflects continued strong expansion in oil output, while growth in the non-oil economy is driven primarily by increases in rice, other crops, and bauxite production, along with expansion in other mining and quarrying, as well as in the construction and services sectors. This highlights Guyana's emergence as a key player in the global energy market, but also underscores the stellar successes being achieved in building a diversified economic base. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the individual sectoral performances: agriculture, fishing, and forestry. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is estimated to have grown by 11% in 2024. This performance is mainly attributed to increases in rice, other crops, and livestock, with similar increases in forestry and fishing. Growth in these subsectors more than offset the contraction recorded in sugar. Mr. Speaker, the sugar growing sector is estimated to have contracted by 21.8% in 2024, with the Guyana Sugar Corporation producing 47,103 metric tons in 2024. This reflects, sir, the impact of El Nino, compounded by labor shortages across the industry throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, for the rice growing sector, a strong expansion of 9.3% is estimated for 2024. The GRDB, Mr. Speaker, has reported rice production at a staggering 725,282 metric tons, compared with 653,706 tons last year. This performance can largely be attributed to better yields, which improved to 6.6 metric tons per hectare in 2024 from 6.3 the year before, with some producing regions having yields averaging above 7 metric tons per hectare. Mr. Speaker, the other crop subsector also recorded growth of 10.9% in 2024. Expansions were observed across major crop categories, and particularly significant growth was observed in the production of vegetables, fruits, root crops, bean and cereals, coconuts and spices, largely on account of increased acreage. Notably, growth for corn and soya production is estimated at 154.8% and 129.2% respectively, supported by the investments being made in the subsector. Mr. Speaker, continuing on a strong positive note, the livestock industry is estimated to have expanded by 24.6% in 2024, with growth observed across all subcategories. Based on the latest available estimates, the production of poultry, pork, beef, eggs, and milk grew by 31, 35.3, 6.9, 7.6, and 6.4% respectively. The notable growth observed for poultry production can be attributed to a reduction in mortality rates following vaccination against the viral disease affecting chickens, the countrywide distribution of baby chicks, and the acceleration of GLDA's breeding program. The fishing industry recorded estimated growth of 1% in 2024, attributed to growth in both marine production and production in the aquaculture industry. Within marine production, shrimp expanded by an estimated 8.5%, outweighing the 2.2% contraction in fish production. While improvements were observed in artisanal and industrial finfish harvesting, production of red snapper contracted. At the same time, we continue to see the results of our interventions in aquaculture, and it is estimated that aquaculture production expanded by 13.7% in 2024, with growth of 19.1% in the production of brackish water shrimp. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is estimated to have grown by 4.6%, mainly driven by growth in logs, roundwood, and sawnwood production. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have grown by 55.9% in 2024. While growth in the sector continues to be driven largely by expansion in the oil and gas and support services sector, the overall expansion was also supported by very strong growth in the other subcategories, other mining and quarrying, bauxite mining, and gold. With an estimated production of 225.4 million, let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. With an estimated production of 225.4 million barrels of crude oil in 2024, the oil and gas sector expanded by 57.7% last year. Growth in the sector was driven primarily by the ramp-up in production on the Prosperity FPSO, Guyana's third FPSO, which started producing oil in November 2023. In 2024, the Stabroek block on average produced crude oil at a rate of 616,000 barrels of oil per day, with Eliza Destiny producing an average of 149,000 barrels of oil per day, Liza Unity producing 231,000, and Prosperity producing 236,000 barrels of oil per day. Mr. Speaker, despite facing tremendous challenges in the first half of 2024, the gold mining industry turned around to record a growth of 0.5% last year. Total gold declarations amounted to 434,067 ounces in 2024. Declarations from the single largest operator at Aurora grew by 32.2% to 144,593 ounces, and the Guyana Gold Board's purchases grew by 53.7% to 134,213 ounces, offsetting the decline in declarations from licensed dealerships. Mr. Speaker, reflective of this People's Progressive Party civic government's supportive policies and increased investment in the sector, the bauxite mining sector grew by 48.4% in 2024. Latest data reflects, Mr. Speaker, 1.7 million metric tons of bauxite production, up from 523,742 metric tons produced in 2023. With the operationalization of the MAS project in Region 10, output from the producer there grew by 384.5% to 1.5 million metric tons. However, Mr. Speaker, with operational challenges faced for most of 2024, the other operator in Bonasika fell from 207,321 tons to 173,970 tons last year. And they are poised, as my colleague Minister Barrett points out, they are poised, Mr. Speaker, for a strong bounce back in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the other mining subsector, comprising sand, stone, diamonds, and manganese, is estimated to have grown by 50.5% in 2023. Stone declarations and sand extraction are estimated to have grown by 80.4% and 48.5% respectively, driven, as we all know, sir, by demand from construction activity in both the public and private sectors. These increases more than offset the declines of 17% and 7.2% observed for diamond declarations and manganese production, respectively. Manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 13.5% in 2024, with growth recorded in other manufacturing and rice manufacturing. Other manufacturing and rice manufacturing are estimated to have expanded by 15.7% and 13.9% respectively, while sugar manufacturing is estimated to have contracted by 21.8%. Within other manufacturing, growth was driven primarily by an expansion in the production of non-metallic products and fabricated metal products. The estimated growth in these subcategories was recorded at 19.9% and 20.6% respectively. Electricity and water supply and sewerage. Mr. Speaker, the electricity and water supply sectors are estimated to have expanded by 18.5% and 2.2% respectively in 2024. The rapid expansion in industrial, commercial, and residential demand for electricity was accommodated by the arrival of the first power ship in the second quarter of last year. This power ship, in addition to the second ship that arrived in the final quarter, will help meet the growing demand until the completion of the gas-to-energy project. Expansion in water supply is attributed to the operationalization of 12 new wells in 2024. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is estimated to have grown by 30.8% in 2024. Alongside the massive public investment in infrastructural development nationwide, significant private investments are also being made in real estate projects, comprising both private dwellings and commercial properties, as well as industrial construction. Services. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that the services sector expanded by 7.5% in 2024, with growth recorded across all service industries. This performance was primarily supported by growth in admin and support services, financial and insurance activities, wholesale and retail, trade and repairs, real estate activities, and professional, scientific, and technical services. These industries grew by 9.3, 13.3, 7.1, 3.3, and 31.5%, respectively. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the external sector, balance of payments. The overall balance of payments recorded an estimated surplus of $113.8 million at the end of 2024, supported by strong performance on the current account. The merchandise trade balance is estimated to have registered a substantial surplus of $13 billion, markedly exceeding the $6.5 billion surplus in 2023. This was driven by a significant increase in crude oil exports and a strong performance in non-oil exports. Underlying this result, total export earnings grew by a staggering 50.7% to an estimated $19.8 billion in 2024. Crude oil exports increased by 55.4%. Non-oil exports also performed extremely well, growing by 16% to $1.8 million, with notable increases in gold, rice, and bauxite exports. These increased by 22.4%, 20.4%, and 19.2% respectively, and together contributed $1.3 billion to total non-oil export earnings. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the growth in non-oil export earnings was supported by both increased volumes and favorable prices. Alongside the rise in exports, imports increased by 2.7% to an estimated $6.8 billion in 2024. Imports of intermediate and consumption goods increased by 20.4% and 20.6% respectively. The growth in intermediate goods was driven largely by a rise in imports of parts and accessories and other intermediate goods, while the growth in importation of consumption goods was driven mainly by imports of other durables and food for final consumption. These increases more than offset the decline observed in the importation of capital goods, which fell largely on account of the fact that no new FPSO arrived in Guyana in 2024. Net service payments are estimated to have increased by $1.8 billion to $7.8 billion in 2024. This reflects higher net payments for both non-factor and factor services. Lastly, on the current account, transfers are estimated to have declined by $277.4 million, mainly as a result of a decline in private transfers due to lower remittances and receipts to bank accounts, which fell from a net position of $719 million to $474 million last year. Mr. Speaker, the capital account is estimated to have registered a higher deficit of $5.9 billion at the end of 2024. This primarily reflects a contraction in net foreign direct investment, largely on account of no new FPSO, again, being imported last year. Additionally, the non-financial public sector deficit grew by 20.3% to an estimated $484 million, mainly due to higher deposits abroad in the Natural Resource Fund, which increased from $1.6 billion to $2.6 billion from 2022 to 2023. Mr. Speaker, the balance of payments surplus resulted in the Bank of Guyana's external reserve position increasing to an estimated $1 billion at the end of 2024. Turning, sir, to monetary developments, our financial sector continues to demonstrate resilience and dynamism, playing a pivotal role in supporting our rapid economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, money supply is estimated to have grown by 25.3%, driven by narrow and quasi-money expanding by 30% and 17.9% respectively. Narrow money was supported by an increase in demand deposits and currency in circulation of 32.3% and 28.7% respectively. Within demand deposits, there was growth of 37.6% and 22.5% in deposits held by businesses and individual customers respectively. Mr. Speaker, it is worthwhile to note that savings deposits held by individual customers increased by 67.5% over the period from end 2020 to the end of 2024. This 67.5% compares with growth of only 1.4% from the end of 2015 to the end of 2019. Mr. Speaker, net domestic credit also recorded strong growth. In 2024, total private sector credit is estimated to have increased by 19.8%, comprising growth in lending to business enterprises and households. Notably, sir, total private sector credit grew by 73.4%. Let me repeat that, sir, for emphasis. Total private sector credit grew by a staggering 73.4% from 2020 to 2024, compared with 18.2% from 2015 to 2019. Regarding business enterprises, credit increased across all subsectors, with notable growth of 18.5%, 44.2%, and 1.8% in lending to services, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors, respectively. The services sector was largely supported by solid growth of 29.3% and 46.2% in lending for other services and transportation, while the agriculture sector primarily resulted from lending for paddy production and shrimp and other fishing, rising by 47.8% and 66.6% respectively. The expansion in manufacturing was primarily the result of increased credit for beverage, food, and tobacco and rice milling, increasing by 15.9% and 51.5% respectively. Mr. Speaker, supported by government's housing drive and the current enabling business climate, real estate mortgages have grown consistently each year since 2020. with particularly strong performance over the past 3 years. Mr. Speaker, from 2020 to 2024, real estate mortgages grew by 71.9%, substantially stronger than the 22% increase during 2015 to 2019. Specifically to 2024, Mr. Speaker, real estate mortgages are estimated to have grown by 21.1%, driven by mortgages granted for private dwellings and industrial and commercial properties, increasing by 15.6% and 47.8%, respectively. Growth, Mr. Speaker, in lending to households also increased significantly since we assumed office, with an expansion of 41.6% from 2020 to 2024, compared with 16.9% from 2015 to 2019. The estimated increase of 25.7% in 2024 was primarily supported by credit for motor cars and other purposes, rising by 29.1% and 32.6%, respectively. Mr. Speaker, the public sector is estimated to have maintained its net credit position at the end of 2024. Central government remained in a credit position at an estimated $644.5 billion. At the same time, public enterprises and the other public sector kept their net deposit positions, expanding from $86.4 billion and $68.3 billion to $91.5 and $77.7 billion, respectively. Mr. Speaker, concurrent with increased lending and improved portfolio quality, the banking sector saw significant improvements in their non-performing loan ratio, their NPL to stock of total loans, with that ratio, sir, declining over the past 4 years to 1.8% in 2024 from 10.8% in 2020. This contrasts with the ratio remaining largely unchanged during the 4 years from 2015 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, total reserves deposited with the Bank of Guyana rose by an estimated 18.3% to $200 billion at the end of the year. This reflects growth in the required statutory reserves as well as excess reserves. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to prices and income. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, in the face of severe imported price pressures, our government worked strategically to contain prices and cushion the impact on domestic consumers. The 12-month inflation rate at the end of 2024 is estimated at 2.9%, driven primarily by food prices, which rose by 5.6% and contributed 2.8 percentage points of the overall rate. Within food, vegetables and vegetable products accounted for 1 percentage point, while meat, fish, and eggs and cereal products contributed 0.7 of a percentage point and 0.6 of a percentage point, respectively. Interest rates. Mr. Speaker, changes in interest rates varied during 2024. The 182 and 364-day Treasury bill yields each increased marginally from 0.99% to 1.00% and 1.09%, respectively, while the 91-day Treasury bill yield remained steady at 1.1%. Specific to the commercial banks, Though the small savings rate was stable at 0.81%, the weighted average lending rate declined from 8.36% to 8.07%. Turning now, sir, to income. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to increasing disposable incomes and supporting a higher standard of living for all Guyanese. In relation to public sector employees, our government has progressively put measures in place for sustainable salary increases. To this end, public servants, teachers, and members of the disciplined services and government pensioners have benefited from annual salary increases of 7% in 2021, 8% in 2022, and 6.5% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, 2024 was a landmark year for industrial relations in the public sector, with a number of historic multi-year agreements concluded. The government and the GPSU, after extensive discussions and negotiations, concluded a multi-year agreement with respect to employment benefits for public servants for 2024 and 2025. This agreement represented the first agreement concluded by the GPSU with any government in recent memory. Under this agreement, public servants benefited from a 10% salary increase for 2024 and will benefit from an 8% salary increase in 2025. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this followed a 3-year MOU signed between the Guyana Teachers Union and the Ministry of Education. The government also concluded similar multi-year agreements with the University of Guyana Senior Staff Association, the University of Guyana Workers Union, the Guyana Agricultural and General Workers Union as well, under which these workers received a 10% salary increase for 2024 and an 8% and 9% increase to be paid in 2025 and 2026, respectively. Cumulatively, public servants would have benefited from a 35% salary increase over the period from 2021 to 2024, with the 8% salary increase to be paid this year would aggregate to a 46% increase over the 5-year period from 2021 to 2025. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the public sector wage bill has increased by 66% from 126.9% in 2020 to $210 billion last year, reflecting across-the-board increases granted, special adjustments to selected categories of workers, such as teachers and workers in the public healthcare system, on which we've reported in previous years, reinstatement of the 1-month bonus to the disciplined services, as well as new recruitment, especially of personnel in the education, health, and national security sectors. Mr. Speaker, in addition, as part of the agreement with the GTU, graduate teachers now benefit from enhanced education allowances, while the agreement with the GPSU also provides for enhanced qualification allowances. Teachers in remote areas also saw their remote area incentive increased, and increases have also been made to allowances for uniform, travel, subsistence, housing, and a number of other allowances which, Mr. Speaker, I will not on this occasion repeat. Mr. Speaker, our government has also implemented a suite of direct cash transfers, including at the household level, and targeting sugar workers, our fisherfolk, members of the disciplined services, and health sector workers.
Yes. That's what we're doing.
Most recently, sir, late last year, His Excellency the President announced the provision to all citizens 18 years and older a cash grant of $100,000 each. This will transfer, Mr. Speaker, about $60 billion of disposable income into the pockets of Guyanese. This historic initiative is the first universal cash grant to target our country's entire adult population. And its implementation to date has been largely a success when considering the immense scope and scale of this operation. At the end of last year, and in the short space of just a few weeks, Mr. Speaker, in the short space of just a few weeks, 400,000 persons were registered, 300,000 checks were printed, 90,000 checks were distributed, and distribution is ongoing, and distribution schedules are being published right now as we speak. Mr. Speaker, I turn, sir, to the fiscal position. Non-financial public sector. The total non-financial public sector after the deficit of the non-financial public sector after grants amounted to $365.8 billion, or 7.1% of GDP. This is particularly due to our expanded capital program to finance key infrastructure projects and higher current expenditure to deliver benefits to the Guyanese people and to support operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, central government recorded a deficit of 7.3% of GDP at the end of the year, with overall central government expenditure standing at $1.2 trillion. Mr. Speaker, total central government revenue for 2024, net of inflows from the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, the GRIF, and the NRF, net of carbon credits also, amounted to $437.7 billion, growth of 14.5% above the 2023 level. Revenue collections from the GRA amounted to $420.2 billion, while non-tax revenue amounted to $17.2 billion. Internal revenue totaled $267 billion. Customs and trade tax collections amounted to $40.4 billion, and value-added and excise tax collections amounted to $112.8 billion. Non-tax revenue increased by $2 billion, or 12.8% relative to the previous year. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, central government expenditure totaled $1.2 trillion, of which non-interest expenditure accounted for $507 billion, reflecting growth of 35.3% over the previous year. This was primarily due to employment cost of $122.6 billion, driven by the 10% salary increase, along with other approved salary adjustments for the specified categories of central government employees I just mentioned before, and others. Other goods and services expenditure increased to $169.5 billion, largely on account of outlays related to the cash grant to which I just mentioned. In addition, transfer payments increased to $208.7 billion, reflecting, amongst other factors, such increases as the increase to the Because We Care cash grant and increases in old age pensions. Mr. Speaker, our government's public sector investment program continues to expand year on year with an investment of $646 billion in 2024. This was primarily attributed to the aggressive implementation of key investment projects in almost all sectors, including health, education, water, public infrastructure, power generation, and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the overall surplus of the public enterprises at the end of 2024 was $10.6 billion, an improvement from the $1.3 billion surplus recorded at the end of 2023. Public debt. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4.5 years, we extended our track record of responsible management of Guyana's public debt. Notwithstanding our transformative development agenda, our debt has remained sustainable. Government remains development financing within prudent cost and risk parameters. Against this backdrop, Guyana's total public and publicly guaranteed debt amounted to $5.993 billion at the end of 2024, mainly on account of net inflows from our external and domestic creditors. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, the ratio of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP plummeted by more than 20 percentage points from 47.4% at the end of 2020 to 24.3% at the end of 2020. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that for clarity.
Yes.
The ratio of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP plummeted by more than 20 percentage points from 47.4% at the end of 2024 to 24.3% at the end of 2020. From 47.4% at the end of 2020 to 24.3% at the end of 2024. This provides clear indication of a marked indication in Guyana's capacity to maintain public debt into the future without the need for fiscal adjustment, and places Guyana in the position of having one of the lowest debt to GDP ratios worldwide. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the latest available statistics rank Guyana as having the second lowest debt to GDP ratio within the Western Hemisphere in 2024. External public and publicly guaranteed debt, Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024 was $2.2 billion. Total debt service payments increased to $196.1 million in 2024 from $177.5 million in 2023. External debt service rose to $124.9 million from $101 million, mainly on account of increased payments to bilateral and multilateral creditors. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, domestic debt service contracted to $71.2 million in 2024 from $76.1 million in 2023. This decline was due to the completion of repayments under an infamous government-guaranteed bond issued by NISIL in 2018 by the then APNU AFC government, but subsequently transferred to the books of the central government. Mr. Speaker, as with solvency, the liquidity position of Guyana's public debt also strengthened in recent years. In 2020, the ratio of public debt service to government revenue was 8.5%. By 2024, it has fallen to 5.2%.
Scandal.
I turn, sir, to the Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, there were 225 lifts of crude oil from Guyana's 3 FPSOs, 28 of which were for Guyana. There were 7 lifts from Destiny, 10 from Unity, and 11 from Prosperity. The profit oil payments received in 2024 correspond to 2 lifts that occurred in the final quarter of 2023 and 26 that occurred in 2024. And it is anticipated that payments for 2 of the lifts that occurred in December 2024 will be received in January 2025. Deposits into the NRF in 2024 amounted to $2.6 billion. The fund received $2.2 billion in profit oil and $557.5 million from Destiny. Of the $2.2 billion, $557.5 million related to Destiny, 869.2 to Unity, and 796.3 to Prosperity. With respect to royalty payments, $348 million was received from the Stabroek Block operator. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the amount approved by Parliament for 2024, just under $1.6 billion was withdrawn to finance national development priorities in Budget 2024 in accordance with the approval granted by this Honorable House just about 1 year ago. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2024, the balance in the NRF, inclusive of interest income and net of withdrawals, stood at $3.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, I will now review selected highlights of recent developments in the various sectors and key elements of the agenda for 2025. I will begin with the overarching low-carbon development strategy, sir, which, as you know, sir, underpins our strong commitment to maintain a low-carbon trajectory, even as an emergent oil and gas producer, and consolidate our impeccable climate credentials as a country. It would be recalled during our pre-2014 tenure in office, we secured Guyana's place as a global leader in the fight against climate change and in the effort to ensure standing forests are remunerated for their contribution to this fight. Our pioneering LCDS was a model of visionary climate change and enabled Guyana to earn $212.6 million for the climate services our standing forests provide. It would also be recalled, sir, tragically, that $135 million of these resources were left languishing during the 2015 to 2020 period, as the LCDS was abandoned callously by the APNU-AFC out of shared political vindictiveness, and Guyana lost its place on the global climate platform, and the Guyanese people lost the benefit of the use of those resources. In our 2020 manifesto, Mr. Speaker, we pledged to restore Guyana's position as a global leader in sustainable development. We pledged to unlock the resources previously earned. And we pledged to reinstate and update the LCDS as a basis for future earnings from our standing forests. On returning to office, we immediately programmed the held over earnings from LCDS 2009. We prepared an updated LCDS 2030, And Mr. Speaker, Guyana's model for remuneration of forest climate services has now achieved several global firsts. In 2022, Guyana was issued the world's first, not second, not third. In 2022, Guyana was issued the world's first jurisdiction scale carbon credits certified under the trees standard. And in 2024, Guyana's carbon credits became the first in the world, again, not second, not third, the first in the world to be certified as eligible for phase 1 of the United Nations CORSIA scheme, carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. Since obtaining the trees and CORSIA certifications, Guyana has secured the largest jurisdiction scale forest carbon credit transaction to have ever taken place in the world so far. Go ahead, amounting to at least $750 million to be paid over the period 2022 to 2032. Mr. Speaker, importantly, of the $750 million, $237.5 million has already been received at the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, the climate revenues earned under LCDS 2009 and LCDS 2030 are today accelerating investments in both climate adaptation and mitigation. And I will mention, sir, just a few examples. Mr. Speaker, construction of several high-level discharge drainage systems similar to the Hope Canal, being led by my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, in regions 3, 5, and 6 at a total cost of 23 billion Guyana dollars, bringing, Mr. Speaker, a lasting challenge to our long-standing challenges with drainage and irrigation. Rehabilitation of over 40 sluices and drainage structures, and the purchasing of equipment to maintain these at a total cost of $9.3 billion. Installation of 33 megawatts of solar power under the distinguished leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Indar. 33 megawatts of solar power in Berbice, Essequibo, and Linden at an estimated cost of $15.1 billion. All financed, Mr. Speaker, with our climate revenue earned under the Low Carbon Development Strategy. Mr. Speaker, importantly, we have committed to transfer at least 15% of the resources earned under CDS 2030 to our Amerindian brothers and sisters to finance implementation of village sustainability plans across their 242 villages. These villages have already received, over the past 2 years, $9.5 billion in revenues earned from carbon credits, representing, Mr. Speaker, 19% of the earnings received to date. 19, not 15, more than the minimum promised, 19. These transfers have funded, Mr. Speaker, over 800 projects across the hinterland, with villages choosing to invest in agriculture, tourism, transport, education, and many, many other areas. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, Guyana has now resumed our place on the global climate stage. In the last 2 years, we co-chaired critical discussions at UN conferences, advocating for equitable climate finance and nature-based solutions, and our leadership on behalf of forest countries has amplified the voices of nations striving to protect their forests while pursuing sustainable development. Guyana's commitment to transparency and accountability in the management of climate revenues has also garnered international acclaim, including recognition from the United Nations. In 2024, our efforts have resulted in Guyana being awarded the Champion of Transparency Award by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, being the first developing country in the world, not the second, not the third, the first developing country in the world, and the second country globally to meet its required submission for climate transparency reporting. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we will maintain and further enhance Guyana's position as a global thought leader and policy pioneer on climate change and the role of standing forests. The LCDS will also see us maintaining our position as a net carbon sink, even when we attain peak production of oil, thereby setting, Mr. Speaker, a unique global example of accelerated sustainable development along a low carbon trajectory. The LCDS will also see us continuing to earn substantially from our standing forests, thereby ensuring that climate services remain an important contributor to economic activity and fiscal revenues well into the medium and long term. Mr. Speaker, beyond the LCDS, or indeed I should say within the overarching framework set by the LCDS, our explicit aim is to build an economy that is resilient and competitive. And this necessitates diversification of the productive sector. This in turn requires investments to remove the historic impediments to competitiveness. In this regard, while the oil and gas sector will clearly continue to be an important contributor to the economy going forward, we will use this period to facilitate and support the emergence of a globally competitive non-oil economy. I will now review developments and prospects in some of the main productive sectors. Oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, our government has demonstrated strong commitment to ensuring that our nation's oil wealth is responsibly managed and that the benefits are felt by all Guyanese. This commitment has guided our efforts to modernize the sector's legal and regulatory framework, establish and enhance the institutional structures necessary to support that framework, and promote accelerated exploration and production in the national interest. Legal and regulatory framework. Mr. Speaker, at the time we returned to office in August 2020, despite the fact that oil production had already commenced, and indeed despite the fact that first oil had already been announced in 2015, despite the fact, sir, that first oil occurred in 2019, and despite the fact that the discovery of oil had already been announced in 2015, the legal architecture to manage the sector was virtually non-existent, with the only law put in place by the APNU-AFC being the illegitimate and deficient NRF Act 2019, to which I've already referred, and which the APNU-AFC rushed through Parliament after the no-confidence motion for reasons best known to themselves. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, while that egregiously flawed no-confidence motion was indecently rushed through this Parliament, after the no confidence motion, significantly, local content legislation was not considered worthy by the APNU-AFC of similar haste. Mr. Speaker, on assuming office in August 2020, we moved swiftly to repair this abject state of affairs. Mr. Speaker, on assuming office, we moved swiftly to repair this abject state of affairs. First, the NRF Act 2021 repealed the egregious and illegitimate NRF Act 2019. That new NRF Act saw improved governance arrangements, including by introducing a board of directors for the first time and transferring to that board of directors most of the powers that were previously entirely concentrated in the hands of the Minister of Finance. That new act, sir, strengthened transparency and allowed for better scrutiny. And just a few minutes ago, sir, I had the privilege of laying in this National Assembly on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government a publication in the official gazette of a notification of receipts. There it is. Minister is raising the exhibit, sir. Secondly, sir, we enacted the Local Content Act 2021, Local Content Secretariat and Register, and we are currently conducting a review and assessment of that act, focusing on further strengthening the framework and broadening opportunities for Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals. Third, we enacted the Petroleum Activities Act, which replaced the outdated Petroleum Act from 1986. We also, sir, have prepared draft regulations to be made under that act. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, we have drafted the Oil Pollution Prevention, Preparedness, Response and Responsibility Bill, which is currently being reviewed. The draft was informed by widespread consultation with relevant agencies and international consultants to ensure that it aligns with the rest of our legal framework. Further, Mr. Speaker, we developed 2 model PSAs, production sharing agreements, based on industry-wide standards. These models carefully balance maximization of proceeds to the country with incentivizing foreign investment and maintaining the global competitiveness of our updated fiscal regime. We also built and we continue to build strong national capability amongst all of the regulatory agencies to discharge their respective functions. This augurs well, sir, all of these developments and the ones that I will mention shortly, all augur well for a sector which will continue to play a major role in the Guyanese economy for years to come. Petroleum exploration. Mr. Speaker, 4 companies were shortlisted to conduct seismic surveys offshore. Additionally, exploration continued in the existing blocks with 52 oil discoveries across all explored blocks. Within this, 46 discoveries are in the Stabroek block, including 5 discoveries that were new and announced in 2024. Moreover, delivering on our commitment of ensuring that all oil blocks are competitively tendered and aligned with global best practices, we held our first licensing round in 2023. Among the 8 shortlisted blocks, 3 PSAs will be finalized and signed in the first half of 2025, while the remaining bidders are engaging government with finalization also expected this year. Production of oil. Mr. Speaker, production from the Stabroek block consistently increased, moving from 74,000 barrels of oil per day in 2020 on average to 616,000 barrels of oil per day in 2024. Regarding projects in active development, the One Guyana FPSO is expected to arrive in Guyana in the first half of this year and will commence production. It will undergo its connection and installment with the expectation that first oil on this FPSO will occur in the second half of 2025. Mr. Speaker, with 4 FPSOs on stream, production is anticipated to average 674,000 barrels of oil per day next year. Development on the Waru project, will also continue this year with topside integration and the start of offshore installation supporting startup in 2027. The Whiptail project will also be progressed with development drilling continuing and the start of topsides integration and the installation campaign. We will also be reviewing the field development plan for Hammerhead with first oil tentatively anticipated in 2029. These projects, sir, could see production climbing well over 1.3 million barrels of oil per day beyond 2027. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, we continue to advance the utilization of our gas resources through the gas to energy project scheduled to be launched later this year. This project is just the first pillar of government's broader strategy for gas utilization. Returning, sir, to local content, the local content register established under the Act, which I mentioned just a few minutes ago, now comprises over 1,100 companies. And the local content secretariat has supported approximately $743 million of business last year on related goods and services procured from Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals. Significantly, sir, this brings the total value of procurement of goods and services from Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals to over $1.5 billion since the enactment of the Local Content Act. Additionally, sir, local capacity has been considerably enhanced with expansions in such areas as fabrication services, with a fabrication workshop being progressed at the Vredenhoek shore base. Very shortly, we will see companies manufacturing parts for use in the industry. 3 local companies will be supplying fabrication services in support of the construction of the Jaguar FPSO, and significant advances have also been observed in the provision of machining services, with several local companies now engaged in the production of high-quality downhole drilling accessories. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, we will continue to focus on integrating small and medium-sized enterprises into the sector, especially women-owned and youth-led enterprises. A local content app, which is expected to launch very shortly at the upcoming conference, will also help with connecting these businesses with opportunities in the sector. Turning, sir, to transparency in the sector, we continue to ensure that reports detailing revenues and expenditure are tabled in the National Assembly, as I just said. We ensure that annual reports from the NRF Board and the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee are tabled. Specifically with respect to the NRF's financial performance, we publish monthly and quarterly reports, and we've been doing so since 2020. The annual budget estimates and half-year reports, including, of course, the estimates that I had the privilege of tabling today on behalf of our government, will include updated projections of the fund's operations, and in keeping with the Act, sir, like I said, we table on a regular basis the notifications like the one I tabled earlier. Sir, with the support of the Guyana Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative Secretariat, GITI Secretariat as it is called, and the multi-stakeholder group within the global EITI framework, the 2020, 2021, and 2022 country reports have been published, and the 2023 report will be published this year, maintaining Guyana in good global standing on transparency in the extractive industries. I turn, sir, to other extractives. Mr. Speaker, the period from 2015 to 2020 witnessed an outright assault on the viability of many of our industries. Sectors such as gold and timber bore the brunt of the APNU AFC's imposition of taxes on heavy equipment and machinery, as well as their widespread neglect of hinterland roads, which rendered access to concessions almost impassable. As soon as we returned to office, we removed the punitive taxes and we ramped up our investments in hinterland roads. In 2024, we spent $6.4 billion on hinterland roads, compared with a paltry $861 million in 2020. A paltry $861 million. That's what we do. We also engaged closely with the sectors to address whatever bottlenecks they face and help remove those to improve their competitiveness. Gold. Mr. Speaker, with the support provided by our government, the small and medium-scale gold mining subsector has been showing strong signs of recovery, although problems persist. These include, Mr. Speaker, incidents of under-declaration and of smuggling. Heightened surveillance and intelligence-based policing have made significant inroads into arresting these problems, and the sector is showing improvement. Additional efforts to regulate the sector and ensure that these problems are contained include mobile purchasing by the Guyana Gold Board, increased compliance and enforcement activities, and greater use of ICT applications to monitor mines' operations. Moreover, a regime for incentivizing declarations to the Guyana Gold Board has been implemented, and government's endorsement of advanced chemical leaching technologies should help our small-scale miners extract gold from low-grade, what would have been considered previously low-grade deposits. Together, these factors are expected to boost production in 2025. At the large end of the scale, the sole current operator, Aurora, continues to meet and exceed projections, employing directly and indirectly over 1,500 Guyanese nationals, compared to 862 in 2020. Work is also ongoing on the further build-out of their underground mine, while extraction has already commenced. Additionally, another large-scale development at Oko West announced its preliminary economic assessment in September 2024, projecting a recovery of 4.5 million ounces of gold over 12.7 years. With an anticipated average annual output of 353,000 ounces and an initial capital investment of $936 million, this project underscores the vast potential of Guyana's untapped mineral wealth. Once these large-scale developments come on stream, the gold sector will cement its place as a major contributor to economic activity and to employment well into the medium and long term. Mr. Speaker, bauxite. Mr. Speaker, the bauxite industry was dealt a tragic blow during the 2015 to 2020 period. Mr. Speaker, the investors in the Berbice River bauxite operations were effectively forced out of Guyana. This resulted in the closing of these operations and the loss of over 600 jobs, most of whom were workers from Ichuni, Kwakwani, Linden, and New Amsterdam. Since returning to office, we have spared no effort to support a revitalizing of the industry.
That's what we do.
Mr. Speaker, the result has been an increase in bauxite production from 600,000 tons in 2020 to 1.7 million tons in 2020. Currently, the two bauxite companies employ over 1,000 persons with approximately along with the commissioning of Kiln 15 and the launching of the Mars project, investments totaling $115 million have been made in the Linden operations to enhance production and shipping capacity. And Linden is once again abuzz with activity as a result of what is happening in the bauxite industry. At peak production, Mr. Speaker, this expansion will have created an additional 500 jobs in Linden. Meanwhile, sir, we continue to work with investors and examine options for the resumption of operations in the Berbice River. With all these developments, the bauxite sector is poised to resume its place as a major contributor to our economy and as a major employer in bauxite producing communities, setting the stage for the re-emergence of these communities as major hubs of economic and social activity. Sand and stone. Mr. Speaker, in the case of sand production, 2024 saw 67 permit holders across the country producing over 12 million tons. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, only 18 operations were active and they produced less than 700,000 tons. We are now producing 12 million tons in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in the case of stone, in 2020, Guyana had 6 quarries producing less than 740,000 tons of stone. In 2024, we had 16 quarries producing more than 3.3 million tons of stone. With an additional 3 quarries expected to commence production this year. Manganese. Mr. Speaker, Guyana exported manganese in 2022 for the first time in 54 years. Since the resumption of production, over 300 new jobs have been created, predominantly benefiting the people of Region 1. Places like Arakaka, Matthews Ridge, and Port Kaituma, fostering economic development and improving livelihoods in the region. Production, sir, will continue as long as the resource remains adequate to sustain a viable and competitive operation. Mr. Speaker, like the other sectors above, forestry was also grossly mismanaged during the previous government's tenure. Large companies exited production while medium and small operators buckled under the consequences of the same punitive taxes as the small and medium-sized colleagues in the mining sector. Notwithstanding heavy rainfall in 2021 and 2022, our government's interventions resulted in the sector showing strong signs of recovery over the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the conversion of raw timber into value-added products with the establishment of new sawmills, lumberyards, kilns, iron facilities, and furniture factories, the launch of a prefab housing project are just some examples in this regard. With a focus on value-added processing and a renewed focus on improving infrastructure, the sector is poised for a takeoff. Progress is also continuing with capacity building, including at relevant government agencies supporting the Guyana Timber Legality Assurance System, with expectations for the first certificate to be issued in the second half of 2026, which will open export markets to the European Union by assuring potential buyers of the sustainable and legal origin of forest products from Guyana. And permit me, sir, in that regard, to join you in welcoming the distinguished Ambassador of the European Union, who I believe is in the viewers' gallery. Turning, sir, to agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, we spent the last 4 years rebuilding agriculture from the callous and deliberate neglect it suffered during the previous 5 years. Punitive taxes, underinvestment in farm-to-market roads, underinvestment in DNI networks, increased land rent and DNI charges, and the deliberate decimation of subsectors such as sugar, all weighed heavily on the sector as a whole, and rice, of course. The APNU AFC's neglect and abandonment of agriculture is perhaps best illustrated, most graphically perhaps illustrated, by Guyana's loss of lead responsibility for agriculture on the CARICOM quasi-cabinet. Mr. Speaker, immediately on assuming office, we elevated agriculture to the highest level of importance on the domestic policy agenda, resulting in Guyana being reassigned lead responsibility for agriculture and food security in CARICOM, which work is now being led with global recognition by our no less a person than His Excellency the President, and indeed no less a person than my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Agriculture. We reversed land rents and DNI charges, reducing annual costs to farmers by $1.3 billion. We ramped up investment in supportive DNI and transport infrastructure. We diversified the range of crops and livestock. We introduced more scientific and climate resilient methods of farming, all of which have contributed to increased production and productivity and have breathed life back into our farming communities. Mr. Speaker, specifically in relation to sugar, and I will say this with all of the clarity that I can muster, the APNU AFC's politically motivated destruction of the sugar industry, saw the closure of 3 grinding sugar estates, the displacement and instant impoverishing, the displacement and instant impoverishing of over 7,000 direct employees and their families, and over 40,000 more indirect employees and their families, and the abandonment of $2.5 billion in standing canes and arable cultivation areas. This devastated the socio-economic fabric. This devastated the socio-economic fabric of the dependent communities. Since returning to office, this government began, this People's Progressive Party civic government began an intense rebuilding, resuscitation and revitalization of the sugar industry to rekindle hope in the sector. We have reopened Rose Hall. We have provided transitional support to over 5,000 severed workers who incidentally were denied severance under the APNU AFC. We rehired over 4,600 persons. We expanded field operations. We expanded and mechanized in the field, in fact. We upgraded factory infrastructure, and we upgraded our packaging plants. In 2024, the sum of $15.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the sum of $15 billion was provided in support to the industry, including for acquisition of cane harvesters, conversion of land, and rehabilitation of critical revetment works. Drying capacity was also expanded and additional packaging lines installed, and work progressed on the expansion of the Albion packaging plant. In 2025, that work will continue. An additional 3,000 hectares of land will be converted to further support mechanization. Key investments will be made to acquire additional field equipment, rehabilitate field infrastructure, and construct over 17 kilometers of all-weather roads across the industry. To this end, sir, $13.3 billion is budgeted to continue to support and rehabilitate the sugar industry. In rice, sir, rice was not spared the consequences. Rice was not spared the consequences of APNU AFC's callousness and incompetence. They boldly proclaimed that rice is private business and therefore not the concern of government. Mr. Speaker, the sector responded favorably to the reversal of those punitive measures since 2020. We constructed drying floors and a screening house. We developed climate-smart rice varieties. We increased investment in pest-resistant, biofortified, and high-yielding varieties of rice. We supported the development of value-added products. We expanded export markets. We trained more than 2,000 farmers in rice crop husbandry, and we reduced the sales commission paid by millers and exporters. We also provided direct support to farmers with the distribution of fertilizers at a cost of $3.8 billion, of which a sum of $2 billion was provided in 2024, which will benefit the current crop. In 2025, our investments will expand storage capacity at the number 56 seed facility and extend precision agriculture to farmers, including specialized broadcast equipment to improve efficiency in crop management. Mr. Speaker, not including the fertilizer support, our government contributed an amount of $524 million to the industry last year, and we've budgeted $430.9 million for 2025. Other crops. Mr. Speaker, our investments have resulted in the expansion in production of several non-traditional crops, including corn and soybean, coconuts, spices, citrus, and high-value crops. Work advanced on a new tissue culture and micropropagation facility targeted to produce about 1.1 million plantlets annually, compared to a mere 15,000 annually. Over 14,000 coastal and over 4,000 hinterland farmers benefited from planting material, farming implements, and expanded extension services. In 2025, a seed packaging machine and a digital chlorophyll machine will be acquired to ensure healthy crop growth and higher yields, and a sum of $2.9 billion has been budgeted to support the other crops subsector. Corn and soybean. It is our vision to partner with the private sector to achieve self-sufficiency in soybean production by the end of 2025. Our interventions were successful in opening lands in the intermediate savannas at Takama and facilitated the automation of production. We built a 47-kilometer access road, as well as operationalized and expanded the drying and storage facility within the area. To date, the private sector has cultivated approximately 22,000 acres of corn and soybean, of which 12,000 acres were done in 2024. The success of the commercial trials, as well as the scaled-up production by the two initial investors, have now attracted 8 additional investors for the 2025 production cycle. In 2024, works advanced on the construction of a wharf at Takama, the construction of silos to expand storage capacity by 18,000 metric tons, bringing total capacity to 27,000 metric tons, and the installation of a conveyor system. The private sector will be investing over $4 million in extruder equipment. Together, all of these works will be completed in 2025, supporting the cultivation target of 25,000 acres via 2 crops annually, and achieving self-sufficiency in soybean production by the second crop of 2025. Beyond 2025, Guyana will be closer to becoming a net exporter of soybean to the CARICOM region. Moving, sir, from producing virtually none to meeting our domestic requirements and exporting to CARICOM. Coconuts are also poised to become a major contributor to Guyana's other crops output. We expanded cultivation from 7,113 acres to 32,556 acres, with over 2,882 farmers participating. Support was provided to expand seedling production to 51,320 nuts in 2024 from 4,945 in 2020. We improved varieties of coconuts with the importation of early bearing, high-yielding, pest-resistant species. We promoted value-added production by converting coconut husk to cocoa peat and fiber. We trained farmers, etc. These activities will continue in 2025, and a sum of $160 million have been budgeted specifically for interventions to promote coconut production. Spices. Mr. Speaker, our intervention in the cultivation and processing of spices included the upgrade of drying and processing facilities and increased availability of planting materials and technical support for the expansion and cultivation of spices such as turmeric, ginger, black pepper, and nutmeg. Over 104,000 kilograms of planting materials were distributed to farmers. Over 104,000 kilograms of planting materials were distributed to farmers over the 4-year period, of which 28,800 kilograms were distributed in 2024 alone. 2,898 kilograms were processed at our upgraded facilities. 3 processing facilities were started at Hosororo, Parika, and Port Kaichuma, while 2 heat pump drying machines were acquired. In 2025, training and provision of planting materials will continue, and the equipment will be installed at the locations identified to substantially expand production. Citrus. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, over 137,000 citrus saplings were sold to farmers, and over 53,000 were distributed for free, bringing the total provided over the last 4 years to over 597,000. This will continue, of course, in 2025. High-value crops. In 2024, we completed the construction of 219 shade houses, benefiting over 90 farmers and 67 farmers groups, bringing the total to over 600 shade houses constructed over the last 4 years. In 2025, an additional 200 shade houses are expected to be constructed. Agro-processing. In 2024, another agro-processing facility at Crabwood Creek was completed, bringing the total to 15 across the country over the past 4 years, benefiting over 150 agro-processors who use those facilities. In addition, 1 packaging facility and 9 solar drying facilities were constructed and operationalized, while 190 farmers and agro-processors were trained. In 2025, 1 additional agro-processing facility will be completed. In addition to the agro-processing hub at LBI, another will be established at Bartica, while an additional 1,242 farmers and agro-processors are expected to benefit from training. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these and other initiatives continue, $524 million was expended in 2024, and a further $800 million is budgeted in 2025. Livestock. Just as we have diversified our other crop subsectors, so too have we expanded and diversified the production and productivity of our livestock subsector. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, substantial progress was made to advance the livestock industry, including with the establishment of a broiler breeding facility for the poultry industry, with the capacity of 5,000 birds to reduce their dependence on imported eggs. The distribution of thousands of broilers and ducklings, and improvement to pens utilized by farmers. Other key initiatives include the opening up of 65-acre plots for pasture in regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10, construction of an abattoir at Onvawak, and upgrade of quarantine facilities to prevent the entry of exotic diseases. We've also, of course, acquired adequate lab testing kits. In 2025, we will construct a feed pelletizer storage building. We will complete a modular pig slaughtering and processing facility at Garden of Eden, and modular duck processing facilities in regions 2 and 10. We will acquire incubators of hatching eggs, and we will establish poultry zones for improved biosecurity and economies of scale. To advance these initiatives, $1.6 billion was spent in 2024, and a further $1.7 billion is budgeted in 2025. Fisheries and aquaculture. Since returning to office, Mr. Speaker, we have sought to address the well-known constraints facing the industry, including implementing anti-piracy measures, such as GPS tracking, upgrading 100 landing sites in regions 2, 3, 5, and 6, decentralizing fishing support services to regions 1, 3, 9, and 10, as well as our interventions in aquaculture to support the industry, particularly in prawns, brackish water shrimp, and tambaqui cage farming. These initiatives were expanded in 2024, and in 2025, we anticipate we will complete work on the infrastructure for the feed mill, and we will advance work on a shrimp hatchery. In 2025, we anticipate another 80 brackish water shrimp ponds will be constructed in Region 6. An additional 50 fish cages will be installed. 100 vessel monitoring devices will be acquired to complement the surveillance of fishing activities, and additional landing sites will be constructed in regions 1 to 6. To this end, $1.1 billion was expended in 2024, and a further 1.3 billion is budgeted in 2025. Drainage and irrigation. Mr. Speaker, following the abandonment of our drainage and irrigation infrastructure during the 2015 to 2020 period, we have launched the most ambitious upgrade and expansion of our drainage and irrigation system since its original construction centuries ago. As mentioned previously, the high-level drainage discharge systems similar to the Hope Canal that are being called the Hope-like canals in regions 3, 5, and 6 at a total cost of $23 billion will completely revolutionize water management in these 3 regions. The Region 5 canal will improve water management for 214,000 acres of land. The Region 6 canal will benefit 188,000 acres. And the Region 3 canal, or system rather, because they are a system. In Region 6, they comprise 2 outfall channels, an embankment, and a network of drains. And they will be similar in Regions 5 and 3, a network and system. In Region 3, they will benefit 28,000 acres. Mr. Speaker, sums totaling $3.4 billion were spent in 2024. Over $15 billion is budgeted in 2025 to finance these major interventions. Since returning to office, we've also commissioned new pump stations at Adventure, Andrews, Kosher, and Greenwich. And we've also procured and distributed 100 tractor-driven pumps and new machinery to ensure preventive maintenance across the region. In 2024, work progressed on 8 additional pump stations. We expended $44.3 billion in 2024, and in 2025, we are budgeting $73.2 billion to complete pump stations and advance other critical D&I canals and structures, including such areas as Adams Creek, Canefield, Good Hope, and in Mabaruma. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, $98.7 billion was expended to support development of the agriculture sector as a whole. In 2025, $104.6 billion is budgeted. Sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, it is widely known that COVID-19 inflicted a severe blow on the global tourism industry. Guyana was no exception. It exacerbated 5 years of policy neglect, and it plunged the sector into unprecedented hardship. By April 2020, visitor arrivals had plummeted, revenues had declined by 46%, and a staggering 30% of the workforce faced joblessness, while another 36% were furloughed or placed on unpaid leave. On assuming office, we set about immediately revitalizing the sector. First, we focused on expanding hotel room capacity. Inviting proposals for private developers to build new hotels. To date, over 560 rooms were added to the stock. To date, Mr. Speaker, over 560 rooms were added to the stock. In 2024 alone, Madam Speaker, in 2024 alone, Madam Speaker. My apologies, Madam Speaker, I hadn't realized that you had assumed the chair. Madam Speaker, in 2024 alone, 420 world-class rooms, many of which carry globally renowned brands, have been introduced. In 2025, we anticipate a further surge in the diverse range of high-quality accommodation with the addition of another 1,500 rooms from hotels that are at an advanced stage of construction. Moreover, Since August 2020, we have seen the emergence of more than 125 bed and breakfast Airbnb establishments, bringing us into the modern world with 641 rooms, which create additional options for travelers and also create income earning opportunities for property owners, a model that we encourage replication of. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, my apologies. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the expansion of airlift. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the expansion of airlift has also been a key focus of our administration. In 2024, new routes and expanded service added by United Airlines, American Airlines, who added additional service, Sky High, LIA 20, and Avianca, who introduced a new route, have all significantly improved connectivity. These have all resulted in an increase in available seats, which now exceed, Mr. Speaker, 30,000 per week, a level never before achieved in the history of our country, under the distinguished leadership of our Minister of Agriculture, my colleague, Minister Onej Walron. Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, my apologies. We navigate smoothly across sectors, sir. Forgive my misspeak. Under the distinguished, forgive my misspeak, Madam Speaker. Under the distinguished leadership, I don't believe that our colleagues on that side even had a Minister of Tourism, so I can understand their confusion. I will repeat, sir, Madam Speaker, I will repeat, Madam, these remarkable achievements being achieved under the distinguished leadership of my esteemed colleague, Minister Onej Walron, the Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize an opportunity. Madam Speaker, we also recognize an opportunity for advancing the development of the luxury end of the market with high value and premium tourism options. Madam Speaker, we are already in discussions with a prestigious luxury travel company exploring investment opportunities in early 2025, whose potential entry would catapult the Guyanese tourism product to the highest tier of the global market for premium eco-tourism experience. Madam Speaker, recognizing the hospitality sector, recognizing the sector as a vital driver of job creation, in 2024 alone, we provided training to more than 8,000 persons to improve service quality. This commitment is solidified by the ongoing construction of Guyana's first ever Tourism and Hospitality Institute, which is going up before our very eyes in Port Morant. Madam Speaker, in 2024, $183.6 million were spent for these initiatives. In 2025, Madam Speaker, $1.5 billion is budgeted for these initiatives. It is worthwhile to note, Madam Speaker, that visitor arrivals in the pre-COVID period were in the vicinity of 314,000. In 2019, 314,727. They plummeted by 2020. They plummeted to a mere 86,503 in 2020 as a result of COVID-19, and make no mistake of it, also as a result of the political situation in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, visitor arrivals reached 371,272 visitors, the highest number of visitors ever recorded in our country's tourism history, the highest ever. Madam Speaker, recognizing the potential of the BPO sector and in alignment with our commitment to utilize this ICT as an engine for economic and social empowerment, immediately upon resuming office in 2020, the telecommunications sector was liberalized by the Honorable Prime Minister mere days after he took the oath of office, issuing the commencement order and bringing into operation the Telecommunications Act, which incidentally, Madam Speaker, was passed in 2016, but was left languishing on the then minister's desk and not brought into operation from 2016 to 2020 for reasons known only to themselves. For reasons known only to, they are yet to explain, sir, why they brought into operation the Act in 2016 and left it languishing on the minister's desk. And liberalization has now brought down the cost of bandwidth by 95%, making Guyana an attractive destination for ICT investment and for BPO operations. Mr. Speaker, with private partners, we reopened the BPO center in Linden, which was also callously closed by the APNU AFC, who sat by and allowed, if not instigated, that operation to close. Today, that operation is reopened with international and local partners. And the operations have transitioned from mere telemarketing to higher level healthcare services. That's correct. In fact, my colleague, Minister Edgell, attended a graduation ceremony there of the first batch of trainees not so long ago. 74 persons have completed training, and 47 of them are already employed by the company. A facility at Tushin has been upgraded and is now operated by a private operator. 98 persons are occupying that building and are employed there, providing high-value services to clients around the world. Facilities that were empty, abandoned, and desolate from 2015 to 2020. I turn, sir. My apologies once again, Madam Speaker. I'm being distracted by a rabble to my right. I will ignore the rabble to my right and turn instead, Madam Speaker, to my left.
Right over there. Keep going, Ash.
Small business support, Madam Speaker. Small businesses, it goes without saying, have a vital role in ensuring the livelihoods of our citizens. Apart from all of the other initiatives that we've already described, including under the local content elaborations that I've provided already, we're also actively pursuing the following initiatives. Establishment of business incubators and comprehensive training and mentorship programs to foster entrepreneurship. To date, over 10,000 small business owners have been trained, of which 2,400 have been trained in areas like financial management, business plan writing, etc. In 2025, we plan to train an additional 3,000 entrepreneurs. Improved access to credit and to grants, including startup grants and a collateral guarantee scheme. Since August 2020, we've provided a total of 102 loans, including 21 disability loans and over 4,000 grants, of which 43 were green tech grants. In 2024 alone, we disbursed 46 loans. We are implementing the Youth Entrepreneurship Program involving several schools. We have established the Small Business Bureau Marketplace portal to connect buyers and sellers. More than 190 small businesses are now online on that portal, Madam Speaker. We've also completed the Belvedere and Latham industrial estates, providing 101 plots for small businesses operating in light and medium and processing industries, amongst others. Works have also commenced on similar facilities in regions 2, 3, 4, and 10. Madam Speaker, in 2025, an amount of $3 billion is budgeted to continue work in these areas. I now turn to transformative and transformational infrastructure.
Go ahead, Ash.
Energy expansion and diversification.
Yes, go ahead. You don't want to hear this part.
Madam Speaker, the challenges faced by our energy sector are long-standing and well-known. Since our previous term of office, we were trying in earnest to find a lasting solution to the inadequacy, the well-known inadequacy, this was never a secret, the unreliability, and the cost of electricity in Guyana. The Amila Falls hydropower project would have formed a critical element of a comprehensive solution to the problem. History would record that the Amila Falls hydropower project was derailed by the APNU AFC. History will recall that the Amila Falls hydropower was derailed by the APNU AFC. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, that project would have been supplying the national grid with 165 megawatts of power currently. Madam Speaker, during 2015 to 2020, and it is important that this be recalled and recorded, and that we all remind ourselves of it. During 2015 to 2020, the electricity sector, like every other sector, faced the consequences of the APNU AFC's lack of vision and gross incompetence. Madam Speaker, no significant solution to the country's power problem was identified, much less initiated. No significant expansion was made to generating capacity, while expending over $10.3 billion during their term. They added a mere 17.4 megawatts of generating capacity. Madam Speaker, what is more, when faced with imminent removal from office, having lost the no confidence motion, they rushed to procure 46.5 megawatts of power after there were no confidence motion and without an approved budget. Madam Speaker, the engines never arrived on our shores. They never arrived. There was no budget. And they had lost their legitimacy as a government, having lost their no confidence motion. They proceeded illegally to procure these engines, facing with the prospect of losing government, and desperately trying to hold on to government to stall so that they could receive these engines. They never arrived. Mr. Speaker, that was the situation the People's Progressive Party civic government found in August 2020 when we arrived. No significant investment in the sector, and complete neglect of maintenance of the entire network. Madam Speaker, in response to the growing demand for electricity generation, because the economy is growing as rapidly as it is, within the first 4 years of our current term, we added over 171 megawatts of new generating capacity. We operationalized the 46.5 megawatt plant at Garden of Eden that they scrambled and illegally purchased but couldn't deliver. We installed 28.9 megawatts at the Columbia substation. We sourced capacity of 96 megawatts. In fact, it could be more than 96 megawatts of electricity from the two power ships. We have also been upgrading the network, upgrading nearly 3,000 transformers and the Canefield substation. We have installed more than 1,300 new transformers, and we have constructed approximately 2,800 kilometers of distribution network. We expanded access to electricity by adding approximately 1,000 new households in 17 previously unserved areas. And we commenced work on solar farms in Berbice, Essequibo, and Linden. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, while the APNU AFC failed to identify a single long-term solution to our historic and well-known electricity problem, Madam Speaker, failed to identify, much less initiate, a single solution to our well-known energy problem. The People's Progressive Party Civic, as soon as we came into government, we commenced work on our transformational flagship 300 megawatt gas to energy project. Today, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, after 4 years in office, Madam Speaker, they had nothing to show for their investments in the energy sector. Madam Speaker, today, our transformational gas to energy project is well advanced and under construction. And I had the privilege of joining the Honorable Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Vikram Bharat to visit that project, to see the work very much on the way. Madam Speaker, that project entails 5 components: the gas-to-shore pipeline, of course, the combined cycle power plant, the NGL plant, transmission lines, and the new control center. All of the gas-to-energy phase 1 components are scheduled to be completed in 2025, bringing online the simple cycle for this project, significantly increasing availability and improving the affordability and reliability of energy. Madam Speaker, because the People's Progressive Party is a government with vision, we are already looking ahead. We have already initiated gas to energy phase 2, building on the successes of gas to energy phase 1. And GTE phase 2 will see an additional 250 megawatts of combined cycle power plant constructed and electricity supplied to GPL, very likely under a power purchase agreement. That is one of the models that we have proposed. We launched an RFP in 2024, last year, and we anticipate concluding that arrangement in 2025 with completion to follow 2 years thereafter. Madam Speaker, we're also investing in our T&D network to ensure the GPL's T&D system can offtake the power that will be produced by the GTE project. Key elements include construction of 155 kilometers of double circuit transmission lines, 214 kilometers of 69 kV lines, and 343 kilometers of distribution lines. And we can see these lines under construction currently. Additionally, of course, we are upgrading several 69 kV substations. Madam Speaker, with regard to improving electricity in the hinterland, because of course, the GTE, once it comes online, will meet certainly in the immediate and near term the requirements of coastal communities. But Madam Speaker, because we are a government concerned about all of the Guyanese people, irrespective of where they live. With regard to improving access to electricity in the hinterland, within the last 4 years, we have installed 35 solar mini-grids and over 36 LED lights. We've distributed over 30,000 solar panels. We've commissioned a 1.5 megawatt solar farm at Bartica, a 1 megawatt solar farm at Letem, a 0.5 megawatt solar farm at Madhya. In 2024, we made progress to expand our hydro capability with a 1.5 megawatt plant at Kumu, a 0.7 megawatt plant at Moka and 150 kilowatts at Kato. The Moka plant is operational, and regrettably I missed an opportunity to join the Honorable Prime Minister at the commissioning of that plant. That plant is now in operation and supplying electricity. And Madam Speaker, it is now serving 7,500 residents of that area. Madam Speaker, in 2025, we will continue work on our renewable initiatives, operationalizing Kato and Kumu. We will complete solar farms in Borby, Essequibo, and Linden, distribution networks in Aichuni, Komaka, and Kaichuni. We will commence construction of the 15 megawatt solar farm in Linden. We will upgrade distribution networks in Mabaruma, Matthews Ridge, and Port Kaichuma. We will develop a 450 kilowatt peak wind farm at Legwan. We will distribute an additional 7,230 solar panels in hinterland communities for the benefit of our Amerindian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, the delivery of these projects will substantially improve reliability and reduce the cost of electricity. To this end, in 2024, reflecting the substantial expenditure made, particularly in the gas-to-energy project, we spent $136.1 billion. In 2025, Madam Speaker, we are budgeting another $88 billion to continue this work. Transport infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, the period from 2025 was also characterized, like with every other sector, by no new major investments in our country's transport infrastructure. Instead, the then government contented itself with completing projects that they had already, they contented themselves with completing projects, or rather I should say, with trying to complete, with advancing and trying to complete projects that they inherited from us when we demitted office, projects that were already initiated, like the West Coast Road, the East Bank Road, the East Coast Road, etc. All of those projects were initiated under the People's Progressive Party pre-2015 government. They initiated no other significant transport infrastructure investment, not one. This lack of vision resulted in severe traffic congestion on our highways, dilapidated community roads as a result of neglect, reversing the progress that we had made before, and atrocious hinterland and riverine road access roads, atrocious hinterland roads hindering access to hinterland and riverine communities. Madam Speaker, as soon as we assumed office, we sought to correct this.
That's right. Listen.
We have Madam Speaker, let me speak, Madam Speaker, of all that we have constructed.
Listen. You're getting that soon, you will like it.
Madam Speaker, I am delighted that those on the opposite side are displaying for the world at large to see their agitation at the disclosure of their abject incompetence and lack of vision. Since returning to office in August 2020, we constructed the new Heroes Highway, the Mocha to Diamond Interlink Road, the Skunard to Milzorgan 4-lane road, an alternate bypass road through Diamond and Grove. We completed the Sheriff to Mandela Road. We have started the East Coast Road. Finished conversation. Just to mention a few, and I'm not going to list all, otherwise we'll be here a little bit later. It is my plan to be brief today. Madam Speaker, over 4,000 dilapidated community roads and muddy dams have been converted into durable concrete or asphalt surfaces. Madam Speaker, in 2024, $160.6 billion was expended to improve road connectivity across the country. Madam Speaker, in 2025, turning to 2025, I wish, Madam Speaker, to highlight a few transformative projects and important works that we will continue and/or initiate. Madam Speaker, the new Quarantine River Bridge.
Yes, sir.
Discussions are ongoing for a partnership with the government of Suriname, which will see the construction of a 1,100 meters bridge across the Quarantine River, connecting Guyana and Suriname. An indicative sum of $5 billion is allocated to commence works once discussions with our Surinamese counterparts are concluded favorably. Palmyra to Molson Creek, another $15.5 billion is budgeted. The new Berbice River Bridge, anticipated to commence construction. The pre-qualification process was completed in 2024 and procurement will be completed early in 2025. Works will commence on a new Berbice River Bridge, for which $5 billion is budgeted. The railway embankment project from Sherry Street to Orange Nassau, continuing to the Mahaica River Bridge, $17.5 billion is budgeted to complete this works. The new Demerara River Bridge, $20.2 billion is budgeted to complete that bridge, and that bridge will be opened before the end of 2024. The Parika to Goshen Road, the Good Success to Timeri Road, the Ogle to Eccles Highway, the Diamond to Bosby Dam, Linden to Soosdyke Highway, the Linden to Soosdyke Highway, the Linden to Soosdyke Highway. Madam Speaker, for which a sum of $9 billion is budgeted in 2025. The Wisma Bridge, which they did nothing at all on. That bridge today, Madam Speaker, is under construction. His Excellency, the President, and some of my colleagues in the Cabinet visited the construction site. This Wisma Bridge is being built before our very eyes. In 2025, $2.5 billion is budgeted to advance that work. The Linden to Mabura Road, a reality under construction right now, and 45 concrete bridges along the route, $12.9 billion budgeted, and that road is under construction. All of these projects are there for all to see. Madam Speaker, in 2024, $74 billion was expended on community roads. In 2025, a further $53.2 billion will be spent on community roads. Madam Speaker, on hinterland roads, a sum of $6.4 billion was spent in 2024. Reflecting the priority we place on hinterland roads, a sum of $9 billion will be spent in 2025. Madam Speaker, a total of $209.3 billion has been allocated in 2025 to further develop our roads and bridges infrastructure. Madam Speaker, in air transport, we inherited a botched, and I struggled with an appropriate word. You know, botch is not a word that I would ordinarily use. It's not a word that I am able to pronounce very smoothly. It wasn't my first choice, but I struggled. I didn't want to be unparliamentary. I struggled with a suitable parliamentary word. A botched Chedi Jagan International Airport project was inherited. We came back and found a project that was in tatters. A reduced scope of work, a reduced scope, Madam Speaker, a reduced scope and a bigger price. Nothing to show for it. We had to salvage that project. Yes, we did. We had to re-engage with the company, renegotiate, and try to bring that project to some semblance of decency. At the domestic infrastructure level, Madam Speaker, we completed rehabilitation of rehab of several hinterland airstrips: Barometer, Parima, Port Kaituma, Philippi, Letem. In 2024, $2 billion was expended to rehabilitate airstrips in several areas, including at Ettringbang, advanced works at Ikiriku Bottom, Kite Shore, Kaikan, Karasparo, and others. Madam Speaker, in 2025, a sum of $2.5 billion has been budgeted to complete and rehabilitate hinterland airstrips, including at Apoteri, Aishalton, Chinapao, Jawala, and Sand Creek. Yes, sir. Madam Speaker, as already stated when I discussed developments in the tourism sector, we have seen exponential increase in international traffic at our international airports, both Chedi Jagan and the Ogle Airport. Madam Speaker, to accommodate this growth in demand, in fact, the demand, the additional flights and airlines that are coming in, the volume of passengers have all resulted in the Chedi Jagan International Airport already being outgrown, its capacity being outgrown. Madam Speaker, this year, we will be investing in the development of a new world-class terminal, increasing the capacity and efficiency of the airport. The new 150,000 square foot terminal building will showcase our country's natural beauty and will allow for additional duty-free zones, retail opportunities, rental offices, and lounges. The airport will then be able to dedicate different buildings for arrivals and departures and have a functioning in-transit lounge reflecting its transition to a truly modern international airport. That's what we're doing. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform you, and through you, inform the world that a sum of $7 billion has been budgeted to commence these works. River transport. Recognizing the need for an efficient river transport system, we have made significant investments, including the commissioning of the Malisha, which plies the Parika to Northwest route. We have procured a tug, hydrographic survey vessels, pilot boats, etc. In 2024, we spent $9.3 billion, including on completing rehabilitation and dry docking of some of our vessels and rehabilitation of some of our stellings, and the construction and installation of navigational aids. In 2025, we have budgeted $9.9 billion to improve our river transport service. This includes work to commence. You will be delighted to know, Madam Speaker, this includes work to commence on a new Parika ferry stelling and waterfront development project. This will transform the Perica-Stelling into a major regional hub for transportation and socio-economic activity and enhance operational efficiency, reflecting the growing emergence of Region 3 and indeed Region 2 and other major centers like Bartica as major centers of economic activity. A new Bartica ferry stelling and waterfront development project. We will support the dredging of the Demerara River to ensure safe passage of larger vessels. We will remove wrecks and obstructions from the mouths of our rivers. We will operationalize wooden cargo boats, of which I spoke last year. We will complete work on the Macauria, Malali, Kanawan, Sabanto, and also complete work on our goods wharves. Madam Speaker, for those and other initiatives, a sum of $9.9 billion is budgeted, as I said earlier. Sea and river defenses. When 2 days after we assumed office, our government was confronted with the task of addressing the catastrophic damage caused by a breach in Maikodi. This reflected yet again the incompetence of the APNU, AFC, and their abject neglect. It appears, Madam Speaker, it appears that not a single sector was spared the consequences of their neglect. Not a single sector. There we are coming into office, and 2 days later, a major sea defense breach. Madam Speaker, we have made significant strides. Madam Speaker, imagine in a mere 5 years, destroying all that we had built before, and reversing all of the progress that we had made. In a mere 5 years, destroying the progress that we had made in this country prior to 2015. In 2024, $8.2 billion was expended to upgrade and maintain our coastal resilience. In 2025, the sum of $8.2 billion is budgeted towards further strengthening the endurance of our sea defense infrastructure. This will see work in places such as Belladrum, Bengal, Denamstel, and the Niming, etc. Investing in our people, the health sector. I will not repeat, Madam Speaker, what I said earlier regarding the state of the health sector buckling under the pressures of COVID-19. We have since launched a complete revolution in the health sector, building out in the shortest imaginable time a truly modern sector, capable of delivering world-class treatment and care to our citizens. We want to expand rapidly access, including in the hinterland through the deployment of telemedicine capabilities, even in our remotest communities. Ramp up capabilities, including certain specialized capabilities, deploy more modern technology, all with the objective of improving the coverage and quality of care of our public healthcare system. The following, Madam Speaker, are major highlights, and there are just a few that I will mention. Madam Speaker, we anticipate being able in 2025 to complete and commission the Pediatric and Maternity Hospital in Ogle, and 6 regional hospitals at Lima, Dikendran, Diamond, Enmore, Bath, and number 75 Village. Yes, Madam Speaker, these regional hospitals are under construction, are at an advanced stage of construction. Every week we see the Honorable Minister Frank Anthony visiting one of these locations with his hard hat. Very soon he will take off his hard hat because he will be visiting completed hospitals, and instead he will be visiting these locations. The hard hat will be replaced with a pair of scissors to cut a ribbon and to commission these hospitals. Expected to be commissioned very soon. We will advance works at 4 regional hospitals at Moruca, West Demerara, New Amsterdam, and Cato. We will upgrade Letham Regional Hospital. For those works, Madam Speaker, and through you, we have budgeted a sum of $28.1 billion. Complete training annexes in Saudi and in Amsterdam to ramp up our training capabilities and commence the construction of 2 dormitories for these complexes, for which a sum of $852 million is budgeted. Design and construct a medicines regulatory laboratory and office complex, a national neurological rehabilitation center, and a center of excellence for cancer treatment, for which a sum of $2.9 billion is budgeted. Update, upgrade, and retrofit health facilities and living quarters throughout the country, for which a sum of $6.5 billion is budgeted. We're also deploying technology, including technology that we never had before, allowing us to have capabilities like laparoscopic capabilities, permitting non-invasive surgeries, which are already happening at the GPHC. We will continue to add to the fleet of our equipment, including with digital imaging systems that allow remote scanning and transmission of digital images, and therefore remote diagnosis. We've introduced telemedicine centers, and we will introduce telemedicine centers in all of at sites across regions 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. In last year, $3.1 billion was spent on medical equipment. We will spend $4.3 billion on medical equipment and $4.5 billion. Madam Speaker, on drugs and medical supplies, in 2024, we spent $24.2 billion. In 2025, we will spend $28 billion. Turning to human resource capacity, we have ramped up training, including, of course, like I said, we are ramping up with the building of new training facilities, but we've also used online platforms like Coursera to deliver online training. We've graduated thousands of medical professionals, including nurses and nursing assistants, and we will continue to use those platforms to train nurses for our public health care system. In chronic diseases, we have ramped up screening. We have screened over 90,000 persons, surpassing our target of 70,000 persons, and we anticipate screening 100,000 persons in 2025 for chronic diseases. In mental health, we have updated the legal framework with new legislation. We've updated the legal framework. We have trained 622 professionals. We have expanded an 18-bed mental health ward at the GPHC. And the current New Amsterdam will be converted to the National Mental Health Facility with the closure of the old National Psychiatric Hospital, because that is known. With main communicable diseases, Madam Speaker, like malaria, or Mr. Speaker, my apologies, sir, once again, I was distracted by those on the right and didn't realize that you had resumed your seat. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the area of malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, leprosy, ramping up our testing, etc. Maternal, child, and adolescent health. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, for all of the initiatives, for these and other initiatives, I've only provided a small sample. In 2025, a total of 145.1, sorry, let me say that again. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, a total of $143.2 billion is budgeted for the health sector. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, in education, here again, we came into office and found infrastructure that had been neglected, no significant expansion to the infrastructure, no major addition to the stock of schools, the fleet of equipment, the training, absolutely nothing, even in the education. Mr. Speaker, we came into office in COVID-19. Children were at home. and absolutely no preparations had been made to deliver any content whatsoever. Lest we forget, COVID-19 came. Children were at home. Teachers were at home. Not a single sheet of paper, much less a workbook. Not a single tablet, much less a device of greater sophistication. Mr. Speaker, we came into COVID-19 and found the teachers and students at home with nothing to do. And the APNU AFC had made absolutely no preparations. They had made no attempt. They had made no attempt to deliver a single minute of content to children. A single the teachers and the children and the parents were left at home with nothing whatsoever. And the People's Progressive Party came into government under the leadership of President Ali, with the sector under the leadership of Minister Manik Chan, and had to salvage and repair that tragic situation. That tragic situation where children and parents were at home and teachers were at home with nothing to do, nothing to engage them. Absolutely nothing at home to do. Mr. Speaker, we have set about upgrading and expanding our school infrastructure, and I could be here all evening listing. I have a long list. The printed version of my speech, which I've tabled in keeping with the required formalities, lists them. I have a long list of the initiatives that we've implemented. We have completed over 30 nursery schools. We've reconstructed 7. We've extended 4. Construction is going on at 25. We've completed over 15 primary schools. We have completed construction at secondary schools. Construction is going on right now at more than 20 secondary schools, more than 11 primary schools, and more than 25 nursery schools. Construction is going on right now. We have already created another 8,000 additional places for our children. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, a sum of $36.2 billion is allocated to continue works on school buildings. These schools, when completed, will constitute a major addition to the capacity of our school system by adding 20,000 additional places countrywide. We restored the Because We Care cash grant, which was callously taken away. I would like them to dispute that. The Because We Care cash grant, which was callously taken away. In 2021, we restored it. This grant has benefited since we reintroduced it. Mr. Speaker, from the period from 2021 to 2024, the Because We Care cash grant has put in the hands of parents of children going to school a total of $27 billion. As you know, we not only reintroduced it, but we've been increasing it. It has put in their hands. The Because We Care cash grant, together with the uniform grant, has put in the hands of parents $27 billion. We have increased this grant from $15,000 per month to $40,000 over the last 4 years. This year, Mr. Speaker, 203,000 children will benefit. We launched the National Breakfast Program and School Feeding Program, and we're ramping it up. And like I said, we're expanding the National School Feeding Program. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $5.5 billion is financed to advance and accelerate the National School Feeding Program. Textbooks. Yes, we returned to office and we found a tragic deficit of textbooks. We have procured, since we returned to office, more than $8 billion worth of textbooks, as a result of which every child in primary and secondary has access to core textbooks. And my colleague Minister Manik Chan will no doubt speak more of this. We have already expended, since we returned to office, $8 billion on textbooks. And we've allocated almost $2 billion in 2025 to buy more textbooks, workbooks, and reading books, particularly for the nursery level, and to replenish at the primary and secondary levels. We introduced a school grant system to enable our school administrators to procure basic requirements. In 2024, 2.9 billion was provided. In 2025, we have provided an amount of $3 billion to continue and expand the school grant system. Curriculum development and targeted interventions. We're implementing targeted interventions on literacy and on mathematics, including a national literacy plan, expanded internet connectivity and ICT to roll out connectivity to our schools, implementation of the EMIS, improving the number of trained teachers. Mr. Speaker, when we returned to office, 32% of our teachers were untrained or trained? Were trained. 32% of our teachers were trained. Mr. Speaker, we have said that we will train every single teacher in the public education system. Every single teacher. We're already at 86%, if I'm not mistaken, and we will get to 100% of our teachers will either be trained or in training. Who has not completed training will be in training, 100% of our teachers. Tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our manifesto commitments to make university education more accessible, we have begun phase 1 of the debt write-off program. We have already written off $1.8 billion of loans owed by 2,700 persons, and we are appealing to eligible persons to come in and fill out their applications so that we can process their loan write-off. We have also announced, Mr. Speaker, that the University of Guyana will be tuition-free from January 2025. This will benefit in excess of 11,000 current students and all new students. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we provided $5.2 billion to the University of Guyana. Reflecting the abolition of tuition fees in 2025, sums totaling $13.1 billion are allocated to finance UG's operations. The Guyana Online Academy of Learning, GOAL, we've offered more than 29,000, almost 30,000 scholarships for persons to pursue higher education through GOAL. In 2025, we've allocated another $4.4 billion for GOAL. Similarly, the Guyana National Coursera Partnership, the One Guyana Digital Program, just to mention a few. On technical and vocational training, and here again, Mr. Speaker, I will only mention a few examples. We completed and commissioned phase 1 of the Guyana Technical Training College at Port Morant and graduated the first batch of 24 persons. We have trained over 12,000 persons at the Board of Industrial Training. In 2025, $677 million is allocated to benefit another 2,400 persons who will be trained on the bit. For TVET initiatives on the whole, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $2.6 billion in 2025. To fund all of these initiatives in the education sector, a total of $175 billion is allocated to the sector. This will advance us rapidly, even more rapidly, to realizing our vision of free world-class education right here in Guyana. Housing. Here again, Mr. Speaker, it's a tragic tale. We demitted office with a vibrant housing program, being able to lay claim to housing areas like Eccles, Diamond, Parfait Harmony, all of which previously were retired fields and were made into thriving residential communities under the pre-2015 People's Progressive Party, thriving and vibrant housing area. Thriving. no less. A thriving for the enjoyment and appreciation. The distinguished Attorney General is a man with very good taste. And I know he appreciates things that thrive, that which is thriving. And I know he has a great admiration for how our housing program was thriving. No, I rather suspect he pronounces that very differently. Mr. Speaker, a thriving housing sector. And then, Mr. Speaker, we demitted office. And the APNU completely altered course. Completely altered course. Calamity again. They discontinued the housing program. Instead, introduced some shared housing unit style condominium buildings. Was it duplex they called them? Duplex. Which were blatantly rejected. The Guyanese people rejected, didn't want these units. What was worse, having constructed a few of these units, they then discovered that they didn't have the legal framework. They then discovered that they didn't have the legal framework to pass title. That was the competence, or rather, sir, yet again, the embarrassing and abject incompetence of those who immediately preceded us in office. Yet another failed and calamitous program and failed and calamitous sector. We came back into office. We came back into office and we set about immediately revitalizing the housing program. We have developed 85 new and existing housing areas, including Amila's Ward, Baltiok, Belwest, Charity, and I can list I give you a long list. We have allocated over 40,000 house lots across all income categories. We have constructed over 2,000 houses. We have implemented targeted programs. We have removed VAT. We have removed the value-added tax on locally produced building and construction materials. We have launched a single window system. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have implemented initiatives to reduce the cost of financing for home ownership. We increased the ceiling for the low-income mortgage from 8 million to 20 million. We have increased the ceiling for housing loans at the NBS from 12 million to 20 million. We have restored the ceiling. If you want, Mr. Speaker, to see how the AP and UAFC assaulted housing, we left government with the ceiling on the mortgage interest relief program. We left government with that ceiling on 30 million. At 30 million, they came in. They're good. As we say in Guyana. They're good at 30 million. They come in and see it good at 30 million and they slash it to 15 million, rendering a long list of people ineligible and causing a long list of people to lose their benefits. And it as they say in some place, as I would say when I'm in other venues, it been there good. They see it good, and they come and broke it up and cut the ceiling by half. We came back into office, and in our first emergency budget, with Minister Edgell read on behalf of this People's Progressive Party government, we returned it immediately to $30 million. Immediately, in our first budget. Righting, Mr. Speaker, that wrong. Mr. Speaker, these and other initiatives will help to bring home ownership within the reach of every single Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we expended $78.5 billion for the development of new and existing housing areas. We've allocated $112.6 billion in 2025 to continue that work. Mr. Speaker, this is also replicated in water, where we have sunk new wells in several places, Bamia, Fellowship, Virgin Nugent, Wales, etc., benefiting over 22,000 persons. Work is ongoing on wells at Sophia, Timeri, and several other locations. Access to water in the hinterland has moved from 46% in 2020 to 91% in 2024 with the drilling of 130 wells in the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, new water supply systems are slated for several hinterland communities for which we've budgeted $2.2 billion. We're also installing water treatment plants. We are advancing construction of 13 water treatment plants. And for those initiatives that are targeting water quality, a sum of $10 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, the water sector spent $22.7 billion in 2024. A total of $23.1 billion is budgeted for 2025. Sanitation and solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, community sanitation and solid waste management is one of the most pressing bugbears affecting our citizens. We know this. And it's a long-standing problem. There are multiple contributory factors, including inadequate infrastructure such as landfill sites, unregulated sites, inefficient operation of existing sites, weak or non-existent garbage collection by the LDOs, the local democratic organs, as well as, of course, attitudinal and behavioral factors. We have committed, and we will be launching this year, a major assault on the solid waste problem that we have in this country. In 2025, some of the initiatives that we plan include upgrading the Hags-Bosch sanitary landfill site, which includes the completion of cell 3 and a hazardous waste cell and recycling center. Mr. Speaker, we will develop new sanitary landfill sites in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. And we will do continuous upgrades to regional landfill sites in Enterprise, Mabaruma, Maikoni, Port Kaituma, Santa Rosa, St. Ignatius, and Timeri. We will complete the leachate treatment facilities in Bartica and Zorg. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, we will launch a major procurement and distribution of waste management equipment, including compactors, compactor machines, and compactor trucks, and bins to be strategically located throughout our communities across the length and breadth of our country, all with the aim of launching a major national solid waste management initiative. Mr. Speaker, to advance these initiatives, a substantial sum of $13.2 billion is allocated. Culture and the arts. Mr. Speaker, in this period of rapid transformation, it is more important than ever before that we preserve our identity as a country and as a people. It is no accident that our president has embraced the One Guyana theme as the theme for his presidency. We continue to invest in our historical structures, monuments, forts, cultural landmarks, on music and the performing arts. We've done upgrades to the National Cultural Center. We are building recording studios. In fact, we have built one in Port Morant, which will be commissioned, which will be completed shortly. We will be building one in region 2, 3, and 10. We are working with groups of young artists to ensure that Guyanese artists are given an opportunity to produce and showcase their work. Work has begun on the preparation of a design for a brand new state-of-the-art museum and art gallery, for which $1 billion is allocated in 2025. We are going to be building to showcase our beautiful, diverse culture, a cultural market at Palmyra, which will be a major educational and cultural hub to showcase our diversity. To finance that project, a sum of $800 million is allocated. Mr. Speaker, we spent $2.6 billion on culture last year. We've budgeted $3.6 billion for cultural initiative this year. Sports facilities. Brand new major international stadium at Palmyra slated for completion in 2025. A new international stadium at Crane, which will commence construction. Multi-purpose sports facilities at Anna Regina, Bayrock, Mackenzie, New Amsterdam. Multi-purpose sports halls in East Halls in Leonora, Lethem, Mabaruma, Madhya, Mongrippa Hill. Commencement of works on a cricket academy in Hope. Upgrade of community grounds across the length and breadth of the country. Over 450 grounds. Over 450 grounds being upgraded. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, if I look left, Mr. Speaker, in 2004, in 2005 rather, we have allocated $2 billion for community grounds, including $1 billion for the procurement and installation of lights, so that these grounds can be used after the sun has set. Because in many of these communities, there's tremendous demand for night cricket, night football, and night sport. Mr. Speaker, in track and field, in 2024, a team of specialized coaches from the United States was recruited to assess 200 of our top young track and field athletes with the aim of identifying talent from within our existing pool. 23 athletes were identified for specialized training, and we plan in 2025 to develop an elite training program for our athletes and coaches to improve the prospects for them and to create a world-class team to participate in the Olympics for 2028. Mr. Speaker, we're working with several other sporting disciplines, administrators in basketball, in football, in table tennis, in chess, working with administrators in very many of these sports. In basketball, for example, we'll be building tarmacs, and we'll be working with coaches to roll out broad-based involvement in the sport at the community level, at the school level, so that young people are playing every day, and they become accustomed to playing with the basketball every day. And then working, of course, with the administrators to organize formal coaching and tournaments, etc., so that our young people can really get to international quality proficiency. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we spent $5 billion on sporting initiatives. In 2025, we'll be spending $8 billion on sporting initiatives. In youth, Mr. Speaker, here again, I've already spoken about some of the things that we're doing in technical and vocational training. I've already spoken about the things that we're doing for training young people through the education system. But there are a number of specialized targeted youth initiatives, the Youth Entrepreneurship and Skills Training Program, restarting the President's Youth Arm, Republic of Ghana, PYARG as it's abbreviated, establishing 66 hubs, hosting science fairs, etc. For all of these special initiatives targeting youth, $1.2 billion is budgeted. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, for the care of our children, we've already spoken about a number of initiatives, including through the education system. But there are a number of special initiatives targeting our children, including, first of all, at the policy level. In the first instance, at the international treaty and legal framework level, we've enacted the update of the Adoption of Children Amendment Act, the Family Violence Act, both to improve the framework for protection of children and protection for members of the family, and in the case of the update of the Adoption of Children Act, to address the question of intercountry adoptions. We've completed an early childhood development policy. We've completed construction of early childhood and development centers, a number of them across the country. We've provided over 40,000 eye tests and more than 36,000 spectacle vouchers for minors. We've trained over 3,800 persons to provide childhood daycare center, and the list goes on. A sum of $1.1 billion expended in 2024, a sum of $1.3 billion is budgeted for 2025. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, senior citizens are also, of course, beneficiaries of all of the special health programs to which I've lived. We would like our senior citizens to be able to live well into their golden years. We want to make sure that every senior citizen enjoys those years in dignity and comfort, as we said before. We've continued to pay the old age pension and increased it. We've introduced a number of innovations, including using electronic payments and paying through alternative means. We've restored the subsidy for water and electricity enjoyed by pensioners. And all of those things are budgeted to be continued in 2025 rather. We've improved service delivery to pensioners by early delivery of pension books, including the option to cash pension books through commercial banks, like I said, and direct payment systems. And in many cases, direct delivery to communities and delivery through other public places, like places of worship. That is ongoing and will continue to be ramped up in 2025. In 2025 too, we've been doing work. We've started work on the design of a new elderly care facility, and we're budgeting for that work to commence, construction to commence in 2025. Overall, the sum of $42.8 billion is budgeted for continuous support to our senior citizens. Similarly, women and gender, providing entrepreneurship and skill, again, very ably led by my colleague, Minister Vindya Prasad, who's been training thousands of women through the various programs, including the Women Innovation and Investment Network, the WIN program. Over 23,000 women have been trained. The BIP also, of course, is training persons. We trained in 2024 alone 5,900 women, and in 2025 we are catering to train another 11,200 women under these programs. Women in our society, of course, benefit from several other programs. They benefit from the Gold Scholarship Program. Over 21,000 women have gotten Gold Scholarship programs. Gold Scholarship, 72% of the awardees are women. We've allocated over 16,500 house lots to women, which represents about 46% of the house lots awarded. We've trained thousands of persons in areas such as social inclusion, gender mainstreaming, etc. Persons living with disabilities. As you know, we have given a number of special interventions in relation to persons living with disabilities, including multiple cash grants that total over the years $1.9 billion. Most recently, we announced the payment of a special one-off cash grant of $35,000 for persons living with permanent disabilities who are on the ministry's register. We anticipate that that will put in the hands of these persons $875 million. We will continue to provide monthly public assistance next year. We'll continue to provide support for interest-free loans. We'll continue to provide assistance with expanding businesses, etc., and also with the provision of assistive aids and provision of skills training. Additionally, we've retrofitted a new facility for persons living with disabilities, so training and rehabilitation. 38 classrooms have been retrofitted as well. And the special education needs and disabilities program has been launched at the Cyril Potter College of Education, which has seen 51 teachers graduating in 2024 and another 49 expected to graduate in 2025 in special education, specifically in special education. Additionally, 1,700 teachers were trained between 2020 and 2024 to use screening tools to detect early learning challenges. We will be constructing our country's first dedicated school for the deaf at Cummings Lodge as well. Victims of domestic violence. Here again, we have brought in the law, the Family Violence Act. We have complemented the policy and legislative framework with sensitization in the various regions, including rollout of free legal aid services. We've partnered and supported the provision of shelter and counseling services. We have brought into the law the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, which criminalizes sex and labor trafficking and increases penalties, etc. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the list is too long to mention. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, we marked the 8th consecutive year in which Guyana maintained its Tier 1 status in the U.S. Department of State Trafficking in Persons ranking as a result of the excellent work that we're doing in that area. Mr. Speaker, in total, we spent on the social services last year $46.9 billion. In 2025, a sum of $58.5 billion is budgeted. Amerindian and hinterland development. Here again, another population group, like every other, who suffered neglect and mismanagement by the APN UFC. Tragic suffering and neglect. The Amerindian land titling was abandoned. The Amerindian land titling program was abandoned. The CSO program was abandoned and 2,000 young people were fired. The Amerindian ICT, the hinterland ICT program was languishing with the ICT equipment languishing in a warehouse. When we came back, Mr. Speaker, we moved immediately to resuscitate the land titling program. An additional 15 villages have been demarcated. We reinstated the CSO program. Over 2,700 persons are once again recruited. We supported the National Tushaus Council with the building of the NTC Secretariat. We resuscitated and grew the Hinterland Scholarships Program. We invested, importantly, not including the LCDS revenues, we invested over $19.9 billion through our Amerindian Development Fund and presidential grants. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we also devoted an earmarked amount of financing under the LCDS. Mr. Speaker, not including carbon credit transfers, a total of $7.2 billion is allocated in 2025 to enhance the well-being of our institution. Mr. Speaker, not including carbon credit transfers, a total of $7.2 billion is allocated in 2025 to further enhance the well-being of our indigenous brothers and sisters. Improved governance and institutional reforms. We continue to practice, espouse, and be flag bearers for good governance on behalf of all of the Guyanese people. On the basis of inclusion, participation, transparency, and accountability. A core concept of transparency and accountability and oversight is the effective functioning of our constitutional bodies. Since 2020, we've reconstituted key commissions and provided substantial funding to support their mandates and operations, including GCOM, Ethnic Relations Commissions, the Rights Commissions, the Procurement Commission, the Service Commissions, the Judiciary, the Audit Office, etc. In 2025, sums of $18.9 billion are budgeted to further enhance their capacity for greater accountability. The Integrity Commission continues to receive strong support to enforce the Integrity Commission, the Act rather. Work has commenced on drafting revisions to the Act to address penalties for non-compliance and to improve reporting mechanisms. The sum of $112.5 billion is budgeted specifically for the Integrity Commission in 2025. We established a Constitutional Reform Commission, that commission has started its work, and to finance the continuation of its work in 2025, a sum of $218.9 billion. We have reviewed the 8th cycle of the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption. Mr. Speaker, we intend in 2025 to build on all of these initiatives, to continue to demonstrate our ongoing commitment to fostering transparency, accountability, and good governance for all of the Guyanese people. Justice sector strengthening. Mr. Speaker, the timely provision of justice relies on a fully functioning and adequately resourced judicial system. We've invested in infrastructure, technology, and capacity building to improve access to justice. In addition to the courts constructed during 2021 to 2023, in 2024, we extended the Court of Appeal and construction at Port Kaituma and Maikoni. Of course, we had previously worked on courts in Bartica, Kokwani, Vigilance, Wales, Berbice, and the Georgetown High Courts. Indeed, the Madhya Magistrates Court, I think, and Maikoni, if I'm not mistaken, were commissioned very recently, mere days ago. I think Minister Jill commissioned one of those. And the Attorney General, of course, is collaborating closely with the judiciary in ensuring that all of this remarkable expansion is executed in the infrastructure used by our court system. Works are also expected to commence at Parfait, Harmony, and Providence. For those projects, a sum of $1.9 billion is budgeted. Digital transformation of the judicial system. We've equipped courtrooms with digital court recording systems. We've equipped an e-litigation system. We're piloting a court case management system, all of which will improve and they constitute important digital solutions in government, a matter that I will come back to later. In terms of the HR capacity, as is well known, we've just seen the appointment of 10 new puisne judges and 9 new magistrates, dramatically increasing the human resources capacity of the judiciary. We now have 20 judges and 24 magistrates, enabling more timely hearing and disposal of matters. We've also introduced, I was pausing there for you, Attorney General. We've also introduced a prosecutorial program that has graduated 125 candidates, which have given us 35 special prosecutors already. Restorative justice, we have passed the Restorative Justice Act, and we're implementing the Restorative Justice System. We've already established a Restorative Justice Center in Region 4, and we anticipate in 2025, Restorative Justice offices will become operational in all 10 of our regions. We've also advanced significantly on 2 very important exercises, the law revision exercise and the preparation and publication of our law reports. We've had teams of advisors working on this work, and the new consolidated version of the law reports and the consolidation of the law reports and the new consolidated version of the laws of Guyana and the compilation of the law reports will be concluded this year and printed and published in 2025. Mr. Speaker, turning to labor market considerations, it's well known that as a small country with a rapidly growing economy and a small population, labor market considerations continue to be important and preeminent in our minds. We continue to focus on ways in which we can improve efficiency in the labor market, and in particular, we continue to emphasize skills training as a means of ensuring that all persons who are looking for work are able to find work. On the local government system, we had pledged in our manifesto to uphold and strengthen the institutional capacity of our LDOs. We have had, as you know, local government elections. We've been investing heavily in local government infrastructure, in particular markets. We built markets in Charity, East Ragveld, Hydroni, Leonora, Monrepo, Porica. They are brand new markets emerging. We will continue to build markets, continue to construct markets at Comaka, Sodi, Monrepo, another phase 3 of Monrepo, and other locations. We have budgeted phase 3, because it's growing so rapidly. To advance these initiatives, $2.7 billion is budgeted for markets. We continue to provide financial support through subventions to the NDCs and the municipalities. We've budgeted $2.8 billion to provide support to the NDCs and municipalities. We'll ramp up the Community Enhancement Workers Program and the National Pathway Workers Program, employing nearly 18,000 persons, of which 12,000 are women. For this, $12.7 billion is budgeted. We will also focus particularly on service delivery in the LDOs by ensuring early in 2025 the establishment of a citizens help desk in every single NDC in our country, providing assistance to the vulnerable and the elderly in the delivery of routine government service. Financial sector reform, our aim is to continue to maintain financial sector stability, while of course the sector continues to contribute to growth. We continue to ensure that our financial sector is well regulated. The Bank of Guyana's monitoring of macroprudential and systemic risk factors, supervision of credit unions and stress testing is essential going forward. We have also made a lot of progress in implementing international guidelines that govern financial sector supervision and building capacity in the central bank to manage risks. We've also made remarkable progress in combating financial crimes and money laundering, enacting several amendments to the legal framework, including to the AML-CFT Act, and establishing other institutional structures like the Compliance Commission by legislation, the hire purchase, the act that regulates the hire purchase sector. We just completed successfully, under the leadership of the Attorney General, our 4th round mutual evaluation, which confirmed that our systems are effective in addressing money laundering threats. Very significantly, we recently were accepted, our FIU was recently accepted as a member of the prestigious Egmont Group, an international association of financial intelligence units. We will continue going forward to implement the CFATF's action plan. I should mention a significant milestone recently, which was the passage of the Secure Interest in Movable Property Act, which will improve the ease with which movable property can be pledged as collateral and indeed foreclosed as collateral, reducing the risk or perceived risk of credit by the banking system, and ultimately and most importantly, improving the ease of access to credit by small businesses and by households who will now be able to pledge their movable collateral as credit. We brought to this House an amendment to the Financial Institutions Act that will allow foreign financial institutions to establish representative offices in Guyana. That bill is due for consideration by this at a sitting in the near future. On payment systems, we complete to roll out our national payment systems in collaboration with commercial banks, with our intention being to be able to have full rollout of electronic platforms to execute electronically transactions and to settle electronically payment transactions, thereby reducing our economy's dependence on cash. On public administration and public financial management, revenue management, we've been expanding the GRA's footprint, building facilities and rebuilding facilities in a number of areas: Madhya, Port Kaituma, Berbice, Susdike. A number of services have become available for the first time in West Berbice, like licenses, driver's licenses, trade licenses, etc., application for TIN, etc. We've been modernizing with the deployment of ICT solutions, including the capacity to make online filings and online payments. We will be making a significant investment this year to improve port security and the scanning of cargo with a major investment. We've budgeted a sum of $2.9 billion to purchase state-of-the-art world-class scanners to be deployed at our ports of entry to be able to scan ultimately every item of cargo that is coming into Guyana and every item of cargo that is going out of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, those are just some examples of digital solutions that we've deployed in government, but we have in fact an overarching national strategy to deploy digitalization, including a national ID system. I mentioned a number which we anticipate those ID cards will start being issued this year, and those ID cards will bring together all of the identifiers that have been issued by multiple government agencies. I've already mentioned the electronic medical record system being deployed, the Ministry of Health, the EMIS at the Ministry of Education, and so many other solutions. Importantly, in 2025, we will also be bringing into operation, in fact, we've already gazetted the establishment of the One Guyana Digital School, and we will be rolling out for the first time a fully digital school which will provide a digital platform for grades 10 and 11 students initially, with the capacity, sir, to be able to deploy and deliver content in the comfort of the homes of Guyanese children. And we've actually said, Mr. Speaker, that we have the intention to make this. His Excellency the President, if I might, sir, be permitted to invoke his words in this instance, he has already indicated his intention to deploy this as a regional public good, making it available to our sister CARICOM countries elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Scheme, the scheme, of course, continues to be extremely important. We have made significant improvements in service delivery. We have cleared, initially, we came into office with a backlog that exceeded 20,000 cases. We have reduced that to 3,000. We have launched and made progress with a comprehensive data cleanup, resolving over 1.1 million outdated records. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, we have also introduced electronic submission of returns. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the scheme continues to be beset by challenges. We're working, first of all, Mr. Speaker, on addressing the internal administrative and technological challenges faced by the scheme. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we're currently examining the last actuarial report with a view to identifying actions that will see concrete decisions being made in relation to the long-term viability of the scheme. Mr. Speaker, we've also implemented a number of simple initiatives to improve the ease with which people interact with the NIS, including, for example, their WhatsApp service, which now means that you can stay in the comfort of your home and submit essentially submit your life certificate by WhatsApp rather than have to come in and join a line. And incidentally, if I might take the opportunity that I have this afternoon, sir, to say that you can also get your NIS pensions in the bank or electronically, not necessitating you having to join a line. Procurement, sir, here again, we inherited a weakened system. We've established a bidders register and a weakened, dilapidated, and dysfunctional system with no competitive public procurement. We've revamped that system. We've established a bidders register. We've upgraded the website. We have online streaming of opening of bids, etc.
Good night, Donald.
Mr. Speaker, on data systems, we continue to strengthen the Bureau of Statistics to discharge its very important mandate and the several surveys that it is expected to conduct. We will continue to invest in strengthening data systems across the whole of government, including in our line ministries. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the heightened interest in the conclusion of the National Population and Housing Census. As you know, fieldwork began in September 2022, concluded in March 2024. The Bureau of Statistics has been compiling and analyzing the data. We in government have also conveyed to them our shared sense of urgency at the conclusion of the census, and I'm hopeful, first of all, once we receive the draft preliminary, or the preliminary report, I should say, once we receive the preliminary report, we will certainly make it available, and we continue to urge and to work with the Stats Bureau to conclude the preliminary report and to have it issued as soon as possible. Foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to good neighborliness, peaceful coexistence, and the unity of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace and cooperation. We continue to seek a peaceful resolution to the ongoing border dispute with our western neighbor. We continue to engage with the International Court of Justice, and in the most recent engagement with the ICJ, in December 2024, we responded in writing to the arguments made by Venezuela in its counter memorial, with Venezuela now being given a deadline of August 2025 to submit their rejoinder. Oral hearings will then be scheduled after all written pleadings have been submitted, and we will, of course, continue to abide by the rule of international law. Mr. Speaker, we have been aggressively extending our diplomatic relations with tremendous success. We opened an embassy in Qatar in 2023. Mr. Speaker, reflecting Guyana's successes in international relations and our growing prominence in the international arena, the UAE, Qatar, the Dominican Republic, and Belize all established diplomatic relations in Guyana during the 2020 to 2024 period. France will be opening an embassy in 2025, making France the first EU country to have opened a full-fledged diplomatic office in Guyana. France is already receiving and processing applications for Schengen visas and issuing them in Guyana, addressing a long-standing bugbear. And we anticipate, Mr. President, we anticipate, Mr. Speaker, continued success in this regard. Mr. Speaker, within the region, we hosted and shared the 46th regular meeting of the Conference of the Heads of Government of CARICOM. In the first half of 2024, we hosted the second CARICOM Brazil Summit. We hosted the second CARICOM India Summit, just to mention a few. We provided strong leadership regarding developments. In fact, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, we provided strong leadership in CARICOM and with the international community in relation to developments in our sister state of Haiti, with the establishment of the Transitional Presidential Council and a government to chart a path, hopefully, to stability, democratic renewal, and sustainable peace. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, we continue to occupy our seat as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for our 2-year term, the first time that we've held that post in 41 years. Mr. Speaker, through that forum, we've been providing strong leadership, global leadership, on matters of interest to the international community. Mr. Speaker, turning to our diaspora, we resuscitated and established a diaspora. We have re-established stakeholder engagements with the diaspora. We have had numerous diaspora conferences. And in 2023, we had several diaspora job fairs. 2023 and 2024, we've had several diaspora job fairs in New York, Trinidad, Suriname, and other places. This saw us having heightened engagements with our diaspora, increased interest in remigrating as members of our diaspora look to avail themselves of the exciting economic opportunities in our country, as a result of which we processed over 1,200 remigrant applications in 4 years. Public safety and security. Here again, Mr. Speaker, we found a security sector in complete disrepair, and disarray. With a preoccupation with the equestrian and canine, apparently the equestrian and canine branches of the police force were the priority, I'm advised. That the strategy, the APNU AFC strategy for the Ghana Police Force was strengthening of the equestrian and canine branches. Mr. Speaker, since coming into office, we have completed several projects geared at upgrading the police force's infrastructure, including the construction and rehabilitation of 23 police stations, 14 buildings of strategic importance, 5 command operating centers, 5 divisional headquarters, 4 IT training complexes, and 5 living quarters. In 2024, we budgeted $5.2 billion to advance infrastructural works. In 2025, we have allocated a sum of $4.7 billion to advance those works. These include continuation of construction of the Brick Dam Police Station, construction and completion of police stations and police outposts at several communities, especially in our hinterland, Imbotero, Bonasika, Legwan, Sansusi, in town and Albert Town, Better for Acting, East of Penitence, Kitty, Mahaika, Maikoni, Beldad, in Warbis, back in the hinterland, Oriala, Kirikou, Paramakatoy, and several others. We have allocated a sum of $597 million to advance works on a modern police training academy campus at Dora, as well as the completion of the headquarters for Regional Division 6 CID and other important buildings. We have $340 million for the rehabilitation of police outposts at Mabura, Timeri, Turkine, Mora Point, and other locations. Mr. Speaker, we have improved force visibility, mobility, and responsive. Mr. Speaker, when we came into government, the Ghana Police Force had almost no functioning vehicle. We have procured a huge new fleet of vehicles, 199 motorcycles, 163 pickups, 104 other vehicles, including of cars, buses, and trucks, 41 ATVs, to equip the police force with mobility capabilities. In 2025, we have budgeted a sum of $2 billion to further expand the force's mobility and their ability to respond. Community policing, we've budgeted a sum of $156 million to advance and expand our community policing program. Importantly, the Safe Country Initiative, which is an initiative which is taking advantage of advanced technology and in an effort to decentralize our crime-fighting capabilities and efficiently detect criminal activities. We spent $2.2 billion in 2024, and we will be spending $6.2 billion to further roll out video intelligence, video surveillance systems, improve coverage, and upgrade the technology. This will see a significant expansion in the capabilities of the Safe Country Initiative under the capable stewardship of Minister Robeson Ben. We will continue to train the Ghana Police Force and build their capacity. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Force for 2025 is allocated sums totaling $34.4 billion. The Ghana Fire Service has just had and will continue to have in the current months the largest ever injection in its capability, with a significant injection of firefighting equipment. We've completed fire stations at Eccles, Ogle, Leonora, and Wales. We've relocated the Central Fire Station. We've procured 120 diverse vehicles. Just, I think, last week, We saw the handing over of 40 pickup style firefighting equipments. We saw the handing over 40 pickup style firefighting vehicles, which are like pickup trucks that we will deploy in the communities, the NDCs. We will be training, collaborating with the discipline services to train a volunteer firefighting brigade so that at every single NDC there will be capability to respond to local level firefighting emergencies with firefighting equipments that have a tank of water, a hose, and a water pump, and also have the capability to draw water from open sources. We saw, for example, the telescopic boom, which His Excellency the President handed over. We're buying another one. We saw the water tenders and the water bowsers, etc. We serviced over 400 fire hydrants. We procure 440 fire hydrants, and we'll be deploying those across the country, particularly in heavily populated areas. The prison service, similarly, we are completely rebuilding the prison service with a major new prison infrastructure built out at Lusignan. We've seen advancement in the works at Lusignan. We've seen advances in the works at Mazaruni. We have seen ramped up training in the prison service, including technical and vocational training to provide opportunities for successful inmate rehabilitation so that our inmates can return to society once they have done their time. We've trained over 4,000 inmates with various disciplines, and we've also trained prison officers, particularly in relation to prison management. Mr. Speaker, for the prison service, we have budgeted an amount of $6.2 billion, and for the security service the security sector as a whole, we have budgeted $108.7 billion in 2025. Far from.
Keep listening, Michael, you'll learn.
Mr. Speaker, I now wish to turn to our economic targets for 2025. As we mark 5 years as an oil producer, Mr. Speaker, the pace of economic growth is expected to moderate due to the Liza Destiny achieving peak production in 2024, as well as the timing of the One Guyana FPSO's startup in the second half of 2025. As a result, Mr. Speaker, overall growth in the Guyanese economy is projected at 10.6%. At that rate, Mr. Speaker, we will still be outperforming all of our peers, and according to current global projections, will still be at 10.6%, the third fastest growing economy in the world. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, reflecting the success of our efforts at economic diversification, growth in the non-oil economy is projected at 13.8% for 2025. Agriculture, fishing, and forestry. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is projected to continue its strong performance, with growth projected of 11.4% in 2025, with increased production targeted for all subsectors. The sugar growing subsector is projected to achieve a turnaround and record a growth of 115.4% in 2025. A production target of approximately 101,000 metric tons is set for the year, as Kaisuko continues its mechanization and conversion efforts and promotes value-added production. Rice, building on the strong performance last year, is expected to continue its momentum and grow by a further 12.4% this year, with rice production projected at 804,000 tons. This reflects a ramp-up of acreage cultivated and continued focus on deploying new and more productive varieties and enhanced research and development. The other crop subsector is projected to grow by 11.7%. Here again, this reflects expansions in acreage as we remain focused on executing our local food security agenda. Livestock is projected to grow by 7.5%, with production expected to expand across all subcategories. Fishing is expected to grow by 5.8%, reflecting increased aquaculture production. Forestry is expected to moderate to 1.3%, with a production target of 490,000 cubic meters. Mr. Speaker, in the extractive industries, the mining and quarrying sector is projected to expand by 10%, as modest growth, as I mentioned earlier, is expected in the oil and gas and support services sector because of the timing in relation to the fourth FPSO coming on stream. That notwithstanding, gold, bauxite, and other mining subsectors are expected to record strong performances. In oil, the 3 FPSOs and the 1 Guyana FPSO, the new one, in the Stabroek Block, are projected to achieve production of crude oil of 674,000 barrels of oil per day, with an expected ramp up to an average of 786, with a ramp up to an average of 786,000 barrels of oil per day in the fourth quarter of 2025, which in turn obviously will carry over into 2026. This supports the sector expanding by an estimated 9.5% this year. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the other mining and quarrying sector is anticipated to continue its strong performance, with projected growth of 29.8%. This reflects robust growth in infrastructure investment through the PSIP, combined with intensified activity in private sector construction. Gold and bauxite mining subsectors are expected to expand further, to grow this year by 17.2% and 70.1% respectively. Regarding gold mining, the stronger position is expected to be driven by higher projected declarations from the Aurora gold mine and the small and medium scale miners, alongside an increase in Guyana Gold Board purchases, aggregating to a target of approximately 501,000 ounces. Bauxite is expected to be supported by higher production from both operators in the industry, with output from the Linden mine expected to increase by 167.3%. Total bauxite is therefore projected at just over 4.4 million metric tons. Mr. Speaker, the momentum in the manufacturing sector is anticipated to continue in 2025, with the sector expected to grow by a further 13%. This reflects expansions in all of the subsectors: sugar manufacturing, rice manufacturing, and other manufacturing. Construction is expected to continue to grow by an estimated 24.8%, Services is projected to grow by 8%, with expansions in wholesale and retail trade and repairs, admin and support services, ICT, and transport and storage. Mr. Speaker, our monetary policy will remain focused in 2025 on containing inflationary pressures and maintaining exchange rate stability. These objectives will be pursued within a policy framework that is designed to support robust and sustained growth in private sector credit and in the domestic economy more broadly. With this in mind, the 12-month inflation rate for this year is projected to be largely in line with 2024 at 2.8%. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance of payments is expected to record a higher surplus of $561.3 million in 2025, largely attributed to improvements in the capital account, with the deficit reducing by an estimated $4.2 billion. The current is anticipated to register a surplus of $2.3 billion, with a merchandise trade balance of $10.8 billion. Within this, non-oil exports are projected to expand by 20.7%, Mr. Speaker, to $2.2 billion on account of anticipated higher earnings from gold, from bauxite, and from rice. At the same time, export earnings from crude oil are expected to decline by 2.1% on account of lower market prices for crude oil expected this year. Targets for non-financial public sector. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the central government's current revenue, net of NRF withdrawal, GRIF, and carbon credit inflows, will increase from $437.7 billion to $454.6 billion in 2025. Tax revenues are expected to contribute 95.5% of this sum, amounting to $434.1 billion. Non-tax revenue are expected to reach $20.5 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, in addition to a transfer of $512.4 billion from the NRF, the sale of carbon credits is expected to generate an estimated $41.1 billion in revenue. Central government overall spending is projected to increase by 16% in 2025. This is on account of accelerated implementation of critical investment projects and programs, including the new Demerara River crossing, the 6 regional hospitals, and all of the other big projects that I would have mentioned during the sectoral highlights. In this regard, capital expenditure is projected to increase by $91.6 billion, while non-interest current spending will increase this year by $87.2 billion when compared to the 2024 level. Mr. Speaker, the overall deficit after grants of the central government is projected at $317.8 billion, or 5.9% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, for the continued delivery of our transformative infrastructure development agenda and delivery of essential services of greater scope and higher quality, Budget 2025 is 20.6% greater than budget 2024, totaling 1.382 trillion Guyana dollars, the largest budget ever, and is financed by no new taxes.
That's important.
1.382 trillion. Summary operations of the public enterprises. Mr. Speaker, total receipts of public enterprises are projected to increase to 233.1 billion. Expenditure is projected to grow by 37 billion, with operating costs growing to $211.3 billion this year. Capital expenditure is projected to increase to $6.5 billion. As mentioned earlier, Gaisuco will continue its mechanization projects. At the grinding estates, GPL is expected to upgrade substations, install efficient transformers and transmission equipment and lines, and the secondary power ship is projected to supply 75 megawatts in 2025. The overall surplus of the public enterprises is projected at $7.4 billion, equivalent to 0.3% of GDP. The consolidated operations of the non-financial public sector show a $310.5 billion deficit, or 5.7% of GDP in 2025. Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that there will be 246 lifts of profit oil from the Stabroek block in 2025. Within this, government is projected to have 31 lifts of profit oil from the 3 FPSOs producing currently, along with the 1 Guyana FPSO, which will commence production in the second half. But with the average price of Brent crude anticipated to decline to an average of $71.9 per barrel, government's petroleum revenue deposits are projected to be 2.6% lower than in 2024. And so government is projected to earn an estimated $2.2 billion in profit oil and $340.6 million in royalties. Based on the 2024 petroleum deposits and the formula stipulated by law, an estimated $2.5 billion can be withdrawn from the NRF and transferred to the Consolidated Fund in 2025 to support national development priorities in the budget for this year. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to turn to the measures. It would be recalled that one of our first actions when we returned to office was to reverse a range of punitive and draconian taxes. And in their place, we introduced a suite of measures designed to support economic growth and create opportunities for an improved quality of life. Budget 2025 builds on this momentum, continuing our government's commitment to boost economic activity, promote production and productivity, create ample opportunities for income generation, and incentivize effort and hard work. Against this background, I now wish to announce the following measures. Easing the cost of living. Reduction in electricity costs. Mr. Speaker, I have previously indicated that Budget 2025 makes provision for the completion of the much anticipated 300 megawatt combined cycle power plant. Our government remains committed to reducing the cost of electricity for every single consumer in Guyana by 50% once the GTE project is completed. This will not only lower household expenditure, but it will reduce operational costs for businesses, unlock the potential of the manufacturing sector, stimulate investment, and foster a more competitive and productive economy. Abolition of bridge tolls. Mr. Speaker, as part of our government's commitment to reducing the cost of living and improving connectivity for all Guyanese, I wish to reaffirm that upon completion of the new Demerara River Bridge, slated for the second half of this year, bridge tolls will be abolished for all types of vehicles. This policy will not only apply to commuters at the Demerara River Bridge, but also to commuters utilizing the Berbice River Bridge and the Wismar Bridge. The removal of tolls results in substantial savings to the benefit of over 50,000 daily commuters, amounting to an estimated $3.5 billion annually. This initiative reflects our government's dedication to making daily transportation more affordable, reducing travel time, while also facilitating greater economic activity and internal regional integration. Containing the cost of fuel. Mr. Speaker, since March 2022, the government has maintained a 0% excise tax on petroleum products at an estimated annual cost of $90 billion. While fuel prices have marginally declined recently, prices remain elevated relative to 2020 levels. We are committed to continuing this measure to shield the Guyanese people from the full impact of high fuel costs. Reduction in freight charges. Mr. Speaker, in August 2021, we took action to address rising shipping costs by adjusting freight charges to pre-pandemic levels for the purpose of calculating import taxes. This measure was initially implemented for a 6-month period and has since been extended. Most recently, it was extended through December 31st, 2024. To alleviate the burden of high shipping costs on consumers at a cost of at what is now an accumulated cost of $22.8 billion, accumulated over the period since the measure was introduced. We recognize that freight prices remain elevated globally, and I wish, sir, to announce that this measure will be extended once again for a further 12-month period from January 1, 2025 to December 31st, 2025 at an estimated annual cost of over $6 billion. Continuation of part-time job program. The part-time job program introduced in 2022 has been instrumental in providing economic support to households across the country. It would be recalled that this program allows participants to earn $40,000 for 10 days of work per month in public offices situated in close proximity to their homes. Since its inception, this initiative has injected over $600 million monthly in additional household income into these communities. Building on this success, this program will continue into 2025 with a further allocation of $11 billion. Other cost of living measures. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office, our government has made it a priority to engage meaningfully with communities and consult with stakeholders across Guyana. These engagements have informed all of our interventions, and in particular, they have helped us to craft interventions aimed at providing relief to some of our most vulnerable, while supporting initiatives to mitigate price increases. In 2022 and 2023, we allocated $5 billion respectively in those 2 years, 22 and 23, $5 billion respectively, to address cost of living concerns. We increased this allocation in 2024 to $7 billion. And in 2025, we have made a provision of $9 billion for targeted interventions based on stakeholder consultations to ease cost of living pressures. Supporting the vulnerable. Increase in old age pensions. Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled, and I know the opposition gets very agitated when we recall some of these factual developments. It would be worthwhile, sir, to recall. They get very agitated when we recall these things. I will tell you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, the APNU AFC government made, Honorable Attorney General, through the Speaker, you would recall that the APNU AFC made a manifesto promise to double old age pension immediately upon assuming office. Well, it was within what they had a page called their 100-day promises. In their first 100 days, this is what they will do. And they said in their first 100 days, they will double. So within their 100-day promises, one was double immediately old age pensions. Mr. Speaker, if they had kept their word, old age pension in 2015, their first year in government, would have moved from $13,125. Double of that is $26,250. I see Mr. Figueira and Mr. Mahipal trying to disassociate themselves with whatever assumption you might be making there about their age. They were not. They were only about 60 years. They were only about 60 years too young. They were only about 60 years too young. Had they honored their promise in their 100-day list, they would have doubled old age pension from $13,125 to $26,250. Instead, they moved old age pension to $17,000. Now, by any stretch of the imagination, $17,000 is not double of $13,000. I know they have a peculiar arithmetic. Mr. Speaker, if that was not enough, they spent another 5 years in government. And at the time they left government, it was $20,500. They spent 5 years and didn't deliver their 100-day promise. Now, the last time I checked, 100 days was a small fraction of 1 year. Our distinguished colleagues on that side of the House promised the elderly a doubling of their old age pension immediately, and if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, within 100 days. They spent 5 years and did not achieve a doubling. Immediately after. Mr. Speaker, we gave a commitment that we will double old age pensions. With effect, recall that when we came into government, old age pensions, the old age pension was 20,500. The privilege is mine to announce on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government that in keeping with the commitment that we gave in our manifesto, with effect from the 1st of January 2025, old age pension will be paid at a rate of 20,500 multiplied by 2 equals $41,000 per month.
Confuse them there, Ashley. You confuse them there. Ashley, just call the numbers. Go to the multiplication and stuff like that. Confuse them there.
In other words, we will be paid. In other words, in striking contrast, we will be delivering on our commitment to double old age pension. Mr. Speaker, this will see, this single measure, Mr. Speaker, I hear Mr. Pahipal heckling me and saying, that's only $3,000. For his benefit, 41 minus 36 is 5. But I know arithmetic is not their strong point. I know arithmetic is not their strong point. 41 minus 36. 41 minus 36 is 5. So all of you heckling over there that I just said it's 36.
The one that's sitting down next to my partner, that's only $3,000.
Mr. Speaker, no, I'm sure that couldn't be Mr. Rajkumar. It came distinctly from Mr. Mahipal's direction. I refuse to believe, Mr. Speaker, that it was Mr. Rajkumar. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this one measure will place an additional $4.5 billion of disposable income in the hands of our 76,000 old age pensioners. And the total pension payout in 2025 will amount to over $37 billion. Increase in public assistance. Mr. Speaker, let it not be forgotten that the APNU AFC, they also promised in their 100-day promise that they will immediately double public assistance immediately upon assuming office. But this promise was treated in exactly the same manner as the promise they gave in relation to old age pension. They came in and met public assistance at 5,900 in 2014, and they left it at 9,000. 9,000 is definitely not, and mind you, they got to 9,000 after 5 years of incremental adjustments. So in 5 years, they failed to deliver what they promised in 100 days. Mr. Speaker, we came in and met public assistance at 9,000. We have already raised it to 19,000. And in 2025, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that we will increase public assistance further to $22,000 per month. This will place in the hands of the recipients of public assistance, This will place in the hands of the recipients an additional $1.4 billion in the hands of 40,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, universal health voucher. In addition to this government's numerous new and ongoing initiatives in the healthcare sector on which I spoke earlier, and in alignment with this agenda, As previously announced by His Excellency the President, in 2025, Mr. Speaker, we will be issuing a $10,000 universal healthcare voucher to every single person to help finance a basic menu of medical tests. This intervention we anticipate, assuming a take-up by 500,000 persons, this intervention we anticipate will cost us an estimated $5 billion. Supply, my apologies. Support, Mr. Speaker, support for our youngest citizens. Support for our youngest citizens.
It is from 0 to 10,000.
Mr. Speaker, in order to support the development and well-being, of one of our most precious and valuable population groups, newborn babies, who will constitute the future of Guyana. Our government will provide a one-off grant of $100,000 for every newborn baby born in Guyana to a Guyanese mother, starting from 2025.
I was busy. Actually, I wanted to know I was busy. I ain't close our pocket yet.
Mr. Speaker,
I ain't close our pocket yet. Just letting you know.
I'm now being heckled by colleagues behind me who are indicating their intention to avail themselves of this measure. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of providing support to our youngest citizens, our newborn babies, we will provide a one-off cash grant of $100,000 for every single newborn baby born in Guyana to a Guyanese mother. We expect that this will cost approximately $1.3 billion annually. National Insurance Scheme. No. Mr. Speaker, as I've said already, the National Insurance Scheme is Guyana's foremost national institution in providing social security benefits for some of our most vulnerable. In order to provide support for a better quality of living for a number of persons who have attained the age of 60 and have not met the 750 minimum contributions and are not entitled to receive old age pensions, our government will be injecting $10 billion into the scheme, which will offer eligible ranging 749 contributions, a full and final grant depending on the year that their last contribution was made. Improving business competitiveness. Improving business competitiveness. Depreciation of capital, accelerated depreciation of capital for poultry farmers. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our vision to promote domestic food production and recognizing the potential for the poultry subsector to contribute more significantly to domestic and ultimately regional demand, we will bring to this National Assembly appropriate amendments to enact provisions for accelerated depreciation for the capital assets such as machinery and equipment used in the production process in order to allow producers to recover these costs more quickly, reducing the financial burden on them, enabling them to recapitalize and to expand and modernize their production facilities. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that we've already removed VAT on a wide range of heavy-duty equipment, including heavy-duty equipment used in both mining and agriculture, in order to support expansion of the agriculture sector, we propose to remove import VAT on the importation of any other equipment and machinery where VAT has not already been removed, thereby reducing the cost of inputs for food production. This is expected to cost in excess of $1 billion and provide a significant fillip to the agricultural sector. In addition, to further support the agriculture sector, VAT will be removed on automated poultry pens and veterinary supplies. Mr. Speaker, we have always been frank about the challenges that have been faced in the electricity sector. It is precisely for that reason that we initiated the Amila Falls hydropower project and that we were working assiduously to realize that project. It is for that reason, too, that the gas to energy project is at the advanced stage that it is and will arrive very shortly at a point where it will commence production and supply to the national grid. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, hearing the representations made by the private sector and other stakeholders in Guyana about the fact that they still have to carry the cost of redundant power, given that the electricity supply coming from the grid is still inadequate and still unreliable. And we, like I said, we have never been a government to shy away from realities or to shy away from challenges. We will remove VAT on electricity generators, which will reduce the cost for businesses who still need to buy generators and backup electricity. Increasing disposable income because we care cash grant. It would be recalled here that since returning to office, this government has restored and incrementally increased the Because We Care cash grant, initially from 10,000 in 2014 to 15,000 in 2021, then 25,000 in 2022, 35,000 in 2023, and most recently, 40,000 in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our manifesto promise, I now wish to announce on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government a further increase of the Because We Care cash grant to $50,000, benefiting over 205,000 children across public and private schools, recalling that we extended to the parents of children going to public schools and placing in the hands of these parents an additional $2 billion to be spent on their children. Mr. Speaker, together with the Because We Care cash grant, together the Because We Care cash grant and the uniform voucher allowance will result in parents of these 205,000 school children each receiving $55,000 per child. And to assist my friends on that side of the house because of the arithmetic, the challenges with arithmetic I know they encounter. Imagine, therefore, that a parent with 2 children will be getting $110,000 under the Because We Care, under these cash grants. In total, Mr. Speaker, in total, this will result in an estimated $11 billion being transferred to parents and their children. Free university and technical and vocational education. Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled that we've already announced offering free, here again, another commitment in our manifesto, writing off of student loans and free education at the University of Guyana. We've therefore already announced a path to free tuition with the write-off of student loans. I'm pleased to report that over 2,700 persons have had their student loans written off at the cost of $1.8 billion. We would have liked this to have been substantially more, and we've been appealing to eligible persons to come in and apply for their write-offs so that they can be relieved of any indebtedness to the student loan, to the government of Guyana through its student loan agency. We will continue to roll out the student loan write-off until we have completed all of the applications that we have received. Additionally, we have announced the abolition of tuition fees at the University of Guyana, as a result of which no current or future student enrolled at the University of Guyana will be required to pay tuition fees. This will benefit, as I said earlier, 11,000 current students, as well as all future students, at an estimated annual cost of $13 billion, which, as I indicated earlier, is allocated to UG this year. Additionally, we've also announced the abolition of tuition fees across every government technical and vocational training institution, as a result of which all of them will enjoy tuition fee-free education, benefiting more than 3,000 persons. National Cash Grant. Mr. Speaker, we've already implemented a number of measures to improve disposable income of everyday hardworking Guyanese. These include, of course, the COVID-19 cash grant, which we implemented immediately after we came into office. To further increase the disposable income of families, the 100,000 cash grant for every citizen of Guyana aged 18 and older will be further rolled out this year, with an additional $30 billion budgeted in Budget 2025, targeting specifically the coastal regions and other regions that have not yet been served. On completion of this program, Mr. Speaker, a total of $60 billion would have been placed directly in the hands of our adult citizens. A cash transfer program of unprecedented scale and scope. An endeavor on a scale at which nothing else previously has ever been attempted. Registering every single Guyanese adult, processing their registration and cutting their checks. And permit me, sir, to use the opportunity today to reiterate that this work will continue, the registration and distribution, until every single eligible Guyanese person receives their cash grant. adjustment to taxes paid on overtime. Mr. Speaker, recognizing our transition into a more modern reality, increasingly we see companies calling on their staff to work longer and additional hours. Increasingly, we see persons taking on second jobs, which is, of course, very much a norm in any modern society. We all have relatives in North America who do it routinely. And so the concept of working longer and working harder, and in particular working longer hours, is one that we have to embrace, given the recognition that the size of the supply of labor is not growing in Guyana at the pace at which the demand for labor is growing. The reality is we need more people. The reality is we need more people than we have. We simply don't have enough people given the rate at which the economy is growing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I now wish to announce the following two measures. Mr. Speaker, for those persons who earn overtime for work beyond their normal hours, the first 50,000 monthly of their overtime will be non-taxable. This measure ensures that workers are rewarded for production and productivity and for additional effort. In addition, sir, for those persons who have a full-time primary job and they take on a second job from which they have earnings that are taxable, the first 50,000 of their earnings from that second job will be non-taxable monthly. Here again, Mr. Speaker, here again, this measure rewards and incentivizes those who work extra, those who do additional jobs, and those who work longer hours. Rewarding and incentivizing longer and harder work, rewarding and incentivizing harder and greater effort, rewarding and incentivizing more production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, additionally, as previously announced, parents of children, in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that parents with children access a greater level of benefit, to further increase the disposable income of parents. As previously announced, we will introduce a provision whereby for every child, one parent will be able to claim for every child an additional $10,000 monthly of non-taxable income, meaning that your income tax threshold goes up by $10,000 for every child that you have, per child, per month. Supporting families again. So you get, and I'm going to come back to summarize these measures. So you get, first of all, if you work, nobody is saying you must work, but if you work overtime and you get paid overtime, the first $50,000 monthly of your overtime will be tax-free. If you work a second job, and you're free to do so or not do so if you wish, But if you work a second job and your earnings from that second job are taxable, your first $50,000 from that second job will be, first $50,000 every month will be tax-free. And thirdly, for every child that you have, you will get an additional $10,000 of tax-free income. Your income tax threshold will go up by $10,000. Only one parent will be able to claim for the child. One parent will be able to claim for the child, but if a person has 1, 2 children, 3 children, Mr. Speaker, if a person has 3 children, they can claim an additional income tax threshold of an additional $30,000 per month. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, income tax, additionally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to announce the following. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the income tax threshold was increased from $65,000 to $75,000 monthly. In 2023, it was increased further to $85,000. And in 2024, the income tax threshold was increased to $100,000 per month. I now wish, Mr. Speaker, to announce that with effect year of income 2025, this year, the income tax threshold will be increased to $130,000 monthly. Mr. Speaker, it might escape the notice of our colleagues on that side of the House, but what this constitutes us in one term in office, doubling the income tax threshold from $65,000 a month to $130,000 a month. Mr. Speaker, this will result in an additional $8.5 billion of disposable income for workers and the removal of 22,000 persons from the tax net. 22,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, I wish, Mr. Speaker, to share the following illustration. Mr. Speaker, imagine or contemplate the three measures that were just announced. Contemplate for a moment the three measures that were just announced.
Explain it, everybody.
First of all, the threshold was increased by $30,000 per month. That's $360,000 a year. Secondly, you have the potential, if you earn $50,000 by way of overtime, every month you get $50,000 of tax-free income from that overtime earnings. If you're working overtime and you earn that, that's 50 times 12, that's $600,000. If you have a second job and you're earning more than $50,000 and you claim this relief, that's another 50 times 12, 600,000. And so that's 360, 600, 600. Let us say you have 2 children. Imagine a family that has 2 children. You will get $20,000 a month, which will no longer be taxable. That times 12 is $240,000 no longer taxable. So a family that has one income or one income earner who has a full-time job and a part-time job and a second job and is able to claim this relief. Imagine such a scenario. A person who is able to claim, Mr. Speaker, for 2 children, they get a benefit of $240,000 more tax-free income. For the threshold, they get another $360,000 of tax-free income. For the part-time work, they get another $600,000 of tax-free income. And for the second job relief, they get another $600,000 of tax-free income. Together, Mr. Speaker, that is $1.8 million of tax-free income in a year. And if you apply the income tax rate, sir, so this is an additional, for such a family, that's an additional $1.8 million of tax-free income. If you apply the income tax rate, that is a saving of almost $600,000 per annum. That's additional disposable income of almost $600,000 per annum. But to make, Mr. Speaker, but even beyond that, because we wish, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of adequate labor being available and being incentivized to work and work hard. And in the interest of increasing disposable income in the hands of workers, I also wish, Mr. Speaker, to announce a reduction in the personal income tax rate from 28% to 25% for employed and self-employed persons. Mr. Speaker, this measure will increase the disposable income of more than 100,000 taxpayers and is estimated to put $3.6 billion back in the hands of the taxpayers. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify that in one term of office, we have doubled the income tax threshold. We have lowered the rate that is applicable on the first band of income from 28 to 25. Like I said, we have doubled the threshold. We have introduced a relief for every child of $10,000 each. We have introduced a relief for overtime of up to $50,000 each per month. We have introduced a relief for earnings from a second job. And let us not forget that we have also previously introduced a relief for insurance premiums that were paid, medical and life insurance premiums that were paid. We had previously introduced that, and we had previously introduced the mortgage relief so that your interest income that you pay on your mortgage is also deductible from your taxable income for the purposes of a comprehensive range of measures, ensuring that not only we return disposable income to people and increase their disposable income, but we also respond to the changing realities and dynamics of our labor market, where it becomes increasingly important for us to encourage and incentivize additional work and additional effort. Mr. Speaker, the measures that I've just announced, not including the electricity tariff adjustment and not including the removal of the excise tax on fuel, excluding those two, the other measures will see an additional $90 billion being placed in the hands of individuals and businesses in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I will now conclude. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 comprises primarily a review of the main developments and prospects in the Guyanese economy, key highlights from the main policies, programs, and projects being implemented by government, and the measures we are proposing this year with the aim of promoting production and productivity, increasing disposable income, and improving household and individual well-being. On each of these key aspects, the conclusions are unmistakable. On the performance of the Guyanese economy, our country's strong growth path continues despite a very challenging external environment. The Guyanese economy remains one of the fastest growing economies in the world. With that strong growth comes more opportunities than ever before for the Guyanese people. But that growth, Mr. Speaker, as we have always said, also brings risks. The people of Guyana have in this People's Progressive Party civic government, a government that will always ensure that our economy remains resilient, that risks are identified and managed, and we will not shy from tough decisions when they are needed. On the policies and programs and projects being implemented by government, it is clear for all to see that we are doing more than has ever been done at any other time in our country's history. We're building more and better roads than ever before. We are building more and better schools and hospitals than ever before. We are training more people than ever before. We are creating more jobs and better jobs than ever before. And all of these result in tangible and visible improvements in the quality of life enjoyed by the Guyanese people. All of these. Our pledge to the Guyanese people is that we will continue to do more and to do it better, all in the interest of their well-being. On the measures that I've announced, it should be clear that Budget 2025 contains much for everyone. Apart from all of the interventions in the social sector and the training and employment opportunities that will be generated by the budget, the measures announced will also help stimulate more growth because they promote production and productivity, and they will also improve disposable income in a very significant and visible and tangible way. Moreover, the measures will incentivize and reward effort by recognizing the value of hard work, and we must respect hard work and not be disparaging and disrespectful of it, and we must reward it, and the measures will also contribute to production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, we, the PPPC, went to the Guyanese people. We, the PPPC, went to the Guyanese people in 2020 with a manifesto that we committed to implement once given the opportunity to do so. And we were given the opportunity. Today, I am proud to join my colleagues on this side of the House to say resoundingly that we have delivered. Indeed, in most cases, we have far exceeded the commitments we gave in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, like all previous PPPC governments, this budget benefited from inputs from several groups and individuals, including stakeholder groups who made submissions, but also individual citizens who continue to provide invaluable feedback in the thousands of outreaches we do as a government throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. On our government's behalf, I wish to thank all of them for the inputs and suggestions on the things that matter most to them. I also wish to thank my cabinet colleagues and their staff for their valuable inputs. And I wish to thank most wholeheartedly my own team at the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, excellent job. Excellent job, Finance.
I wish to thank most wholeheartedly my own team at the Ministry of Finance, whose work continues to exemplify the very epitome of excellence in service to country. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this People's Progressive Party civic government, I commend Budget 2025 to this honorable House, and I look forward to its unanimous passage in due course. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service. And I commend you once again on the presentation of another one of your budgets. Honorable members, I now call on the Honorable Prime Minister to move the adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that we sit-in of the 24th of January 2020 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the Assembly stands adjourned to January 24th at 10 a.m.
We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one karais. Not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here. And we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi.